Sound check presenter's laptop. Sound check presenter's laptop. Sound check clerk's laptop. Sound check clerk's laptop. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members of the public are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. And this is meeting 20-012, Public Works Committee for December 7th, 2020. I'll now go through roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name in alphabetical order. Councillor Collins. Not seeing Councillor Collins. Not sure if he's hiding there somewhere. No. Councillor Farr.
Yes, I'm present, Mr. Chairman. Hello.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson. I see Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Jackson.
Ward 6 has joined you, Chairman Danko.
Thank you. Councillor Marullo is going to be absent this afternoon. Councillor Nan.
Good afternoon, present.
Councillor Pauls.
I thought you skipped me. I'm here.
Councillor Pearson.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here.
And Councillor Whitehead. I'm not seeing Councillor Whitehead this afternoon.
Mr. Chair, I just unmuted. Do you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thank you. So our first order of business this afternoon is to appoint a new chair and vice chair for 2021. This is the term from January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. And I am reading the note for the procedural bylaw that no member of council may serve as chair or vice chair of the same standing committee for more than 1 year in a council term, so I'm off the hook. So I need nominations for the positions of Public Works Committee Chair and Vice Chair in 2021. Do we have any nominations for Chair? Somebody's going to have to do it.
I understand that Councillor Muller, who's currently the vice chair, does not want to proceed up to chair. Have you heard that too, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I confirmed with Councillor Marullo this morning. He's not interested. I understand Councillor Jackson's not interested.
Correct.
I've already done the job.
Yep, I'm out.
Councillor Pearson, you want to do it? I'll move you.
Vanderbeek.
Councillor
Or
Vanderbeek?
Pearson. Yeah.
I'll do it if somebody wants to move it.
Okay.
There we
Second.
go.
Look at those
Moved
hands.
moved by Councillor
Wow.
Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson to appoint Councillor Vanderbeek as chair.
Wow, Councillor Nan had an intuition there.
And
We take a vote on that one by one, Alicia?
hitting the button
Yeah.
too much.
So we'll take a vote on the appointment of Councillor Vanderbeek as chair. Councillor Vanderbeek, you got to vote for yourself.
Oh, I don't have anything up. Sorry. I'm voting for myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. And Councillor Nan had indicated that she would be interested in serving as vice chair. So I'm not sure if there's any other nominations. I see none. So I see Councillor Pearson and Councillor Jackson with thumbs up. So we'll take a vote for Councillor Nan as vice chair. All in favor? And again, that counts, passes unanimously. Thank you. So congratulations, 2021 Chair, Councillor Vanderbeek, and Vice Chair, Councillor Nan. Good stuff. So I'm going to finish chairing this meeting, and then this is our last Public Works meeting of 2020. So you will take over in the new year. Okay, on to approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are a number of changes to today's Public Works Committee agenda. We have an added correspondence item 5.2 from John McGreal respecting item 10.4. The recommendation is that it be received and referred to the consideration of that item on the agenda. We have 4 added delegation requests, all with respect to item 9.2, which is the regulation of e-scooters. Item 6.1 is Chris Schaefer from Bird Canada. Item 6.2, Moaz Ahmed. Item 6.3, Shoab Ahmed from Scooty. And item 6.4, Jessica Maroli from the Hamilton Cycling Committee. Please also note that under staff presentations, item 9.1, Appendix B has been revised to correct the management response to recommendation 11. We have 2 added notices of motion. Item 12.1 respecting Eastwood Park improvements, and item 12.2 respecting the construction of a cul-de-sac on Anchor Road. We also have an added private and confidential item, item 14.3, respecting Stelco Inc. severances. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Nan. All in favor? And Councillor Pauls in Whitehead, just vote.
Well, you know I'm here then. Good.
So Councillor Whitehead, I see the affirmative, and Councillor Pauls, I think, is stepped out. Okay, that carries. Declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. This is for November 16th, 2020. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Councillor Whitehead, are you able to vote? Thumbs up, thank you. We're good. Carries, thank you. On to item 5, communications. I need a mover and a seconder to receive communications items 5.1 and 5.2 as presented. 5.1 is correspondence from Peter Hurrell respecting opposition to the addition of a traffic light at Old Guelph Road. And 5.2 is correspondence from John McGreal respecting item 10.4, community safety zone. So mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. And then any discussion on the communications? I saw Councillor Jackson. I've got you in the list, and then Councillor Vanderbeek. Councillor Jackson?
Am I on, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Chairman Danko, I just wanted to acknowledge 5.2. My constituent, John McGrill. John has been quite the activist over the years, has appeared many times before committees in the chamber when things were pre-COVID and normal. And I want to thank him. The timing of his correspondence couldn't have been more prudent. He's basically requesting that future ASCs and photo radar equipment strongly be considered along with flashing amber lights for school crossing guard areas, school crossing zones at intersections where pedestrians use a traffic light, whether it's an intersection pedestrian control signal or a full light. And he's listed a number of the locations in his correspondence where school crossing guards do their very, very best to help the children and youth of our community. And I just want to thank him very much for providing this input at this time. And I'm sure it will form part of our debate as we get to item 10.4 later on in the agenda. So I just wanted to thank him and offer my applause for the time he took to submit it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Vanderbeek?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak to item 5.1. It's correspondence from my constituent, Peter Hurl. He's always very passionate about Pleasant View, which is where this is, as am I. And so I wanted to assure that the recommendation is that it be received, but I wanted to assure him and the public that when I speak to, we do have an item coming back to committee with regard to York Road and Highway 6 and Old Guelph Road. And it was deferred so that I could spend some time with staff discussing it. And so I will be taking this correspondence with me to that discussion. So even though it's being received here, I will still be following up on it. And just wanted to say that, just that comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on these communications items? Councillor Whitehead. And I'm sorry, I should have welcomed you back to committee when you logged on, but it's good to have you back, and I hope you're feeling well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm on.
Yes, you are.
Well, and I hate to announce to my colleagues, but they're putting fiber in my areas. Construction has started, and in future meetings, you're going to see me in high definition. So I just want to warn everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me this opportunity. Councillor Jackson raised a particular letter and thanked Ryan McGrill, and we all have different perspectives, but one perspective is constant that Ryan McGrill is.
I think this is John McGrill.
John McGrill.
Sorry, John. Sorry, well, there's a relation, but he's always been very active on this front, and that's a consistency that this council should appreciate when people care. But what the letter does to me, Mr. Chair, and I just want to highlight this, and I think this is the time actually, is where we're failing. And I want to, so I don't know if I can ask staff the question, but when an individual just brings these issues and concerns up on crossing guard areas and so forth, I went through an experience with staff on this very issue, and so how come I'm not here? And then they talked to me about some of the constraints and some of the rationale in regards to crossing guard school zones and so forth. I mean, I just had a recent one on John McDonald School. My point is, we're becoming aware of some of the constraints and where we can do these community zones and the radar because of 4-lane roads and so forth. But I don't think the community has the same appreciation or understanding. I just want to make sure when we're making these informed decisions based on those, on all information, that the community understands the same information that we're making those decisions on. And so I guess that question is, are we informing the general public what are those constraints?
So we do have a report on community safety zones in ASC. So if it's specific to the correspondence, you can direct that to staff now, or we can.
Yeah, so I think what I'm highlighting in the letter, well written, is that it's identifying a bunch of probably wouldn't even qualify under the current criteria, and I think we need to have that conversation. And if we're going to do that when it comes up, I didn't see it there, but because I thought this was more about the pilot and the pilot shifting to a different location, justifying those locations. But I want to have a conversation about what the constraints are on the community zones and why many wouldn't even qualify. Yet there are still issues in those very areas that have been raised and will continue to be raised. So if that's more appropriate, then Mr. Chair, I'll follow your guidance.
We can go to Director Soldo now and see if he has maybe a lead-in answer to that question, understanding that we will have a full discussion about that when we get to the report. Director Soldo?
Thank you. Edward Solon, Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. Through the chair to the councillor, the placement of the ASE cameras was identified through a previous report that we took to council, which was related to the establishment of community safety zones. As part of that report, we had a selection process identified for council, which identified the various criteria that we look at when we go about establishing the community safety zones. So there's a number of different criteria we use to establish those. Everything from the environment that currently exists out along the roadway to factors such as exposure to volumes, travel speeds, number of collisions that potentially are occurring there, both for pedestrians and cyclists, are they in the school zone, all of those various factors. The councillor is correct. There are some limitations on the program. I'll remind council that it is a pilot currently. We're looking at seeing how it actually works in the various environments that we're testing it in. There are limitations. Areas that have more than 3 lanes are problematic because the cameras don't have the technology to pick up the license plates correctly, and as well having the cameras in school zones that have flashing 40s are a problem because we cannot determine the actual speed when the photos are taken. So there are some limitations in the implementation of ASE, but what we're doing as part of this pilot, we're seeing where they work best, and then we'll be coming back later on to council with recommendations as we move forward.
I appreciate that, and add to the chair. Mention one other limitation, because I had asked for Riddell on Cranbrook. Now I didn't realize this was a limitation, but because there isn't enough traffic, even though they're having traffic concerns during school day hours and so forth, because everyone's dropping the kids off and speeding along Cranbrook. Not Cranbrook. Anyway, we identified a street. The response I got was, it wouldn't generate enough revenue to justify the radar being there. So even though you might have a problem, there now appears that revenue generation is part of the criteria. Is that correct?
Through the chair to councillor, as part of a ranking that we will speak to in the report coming up, there is a number of criteria that we go through, and we give a weight to a number of the criteria. And the one that you're specifically referring to is the volume. So if you have less than 1,000 vehicles in a day, your ranking comes out in the lower end, so you get a score of 3. But if you had more than 5,000 vehicles in a day, you'd get a score of 12. So volume does come into play that you want to make sure that you're utilizing that ASE camera enforcement in an area where you're going to get the most value for the placement and that you're there. So there's a ranking system that gives out points, and based on that is how we determine the locations to move forward with.
And I could have asked for a better explanation at the time, because that's what I was looking for. So people understand that you can't just throw things at Ed and think that it's going to get the community zone designation because of these criteria. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So on the communications, it was moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. On to item 6, our delegation requests. We have 6.1s through to 6.4. Chris Schaffner from Bird Canada, Moaz Ahmed, respecting 9.2, e-scooters, Schwab Ahmed from Scooty, and Jessica Murali from Cycling Hamilton. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations for today's meetings. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor. Thank you. That carries unanimously. On to consent items is 7.1, the intersection control list for wards 9 and 11. A mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report. Moved by, I'd like to move this, Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That carries, and to the remainder of the consent items, 7.2 through to 7.5. I need a mover and a seconder to put these on the floor to receive the consent items. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by, I'll second these myself, seconded by myself. And any discussion on the Hamilton Clean and Green Committee? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Unanimously. On to section 8, we have public hearings and written and virtual delegations. Members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. So 8.1 is Chris Schaffner from Bird Canada respecting item 9.2, regulation of e-scooters. So I'd like to call upon Chris Schaffner. And you can unmute your microphone and turn on your video. And as soon as you're ready, we'll give you 5 minutes for your presentation. Chris?
Hi, committee. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. I'll start. My name is Chris Schaefer. I'm VP of Government Affairs at Bird Canada. Bird Canada is a Canadian-owned and operated commercial or shared e-scooter company. We operate with provincial and municipal approvals for 2 years, last 2 years in the city of Calgary and Edmonton as well. We operate in the city of Ottawa this year with their pilot, and we've operated in Montreal as well. I want you to come away briefly in my presentation with 3 things in particular. Number 1, that we support the staff recommendations, particularly the recommendation that staff report back with a regulatory framework for commercial or shared scooters. So you can take a look at that in 2021. Also, number 2, that despite the staff recommendation that committee temporarily ban commercial scooter operations while staff and you sort out potential regulations around that space. I totally understand the impetus and genesis of that recommendation. I just want committee to know that to date in Canada, and I've been in the e-scooter space since late 2018, there have been no rogue launches by commercial scooter operators. Every launch has been with the requisite provincial and municipal approval. So just want committee to know that because it's just not the modus operandi of our companies or other companies in Canada in this space. And number 3, that commercial or shared scooter operations provide a host of benefits that you simply can't get from the private, personally owned e-scooter space. And I'll highlight some of those in my presentation. So briefly, why shared or commercial e-scooters for the city of Hamilton? They check a number of boxes, first kilometer, last kilometer connection to public transit. City staff in Montreal found almost 30% of trips ended or began at metro stations. There's the reducing traffic congestion mode shift component with 1 out of 3 scooter trips in the city of Calgary, city staff reporting replaced a car trip. And then supporting local business, over 50% of trips beginning or ending Calgary city staff found in a BIA or business revitalization zone. I won't read here, you can at your leisure, but basically a number of academics and experts find that really, despite the unfortunate circumstances we've all lived through recently with COVID-19, it really is an opportunity, as many cities like yours and others have taken, to re-examine the ways in which people move in and around their city. And we think scooters can help on a number of things I highlighted on the last slide. We had the fortunate great opportunity to participate in the Ottawa pilot this spring, summer, fall in Ottawa. And I just highlight a quote here from a councillor I'm sure you're familiar with, chairs the Transportation Committee in the City of Ottawa, Tim Tierney. Councillor Tierney. He quote, there's been a lot of thought put into this, and touch wood, it's probably been one of the more successful pilot scooter projects across the country, if not throughout North America. And I wanted to touch lastly on some of the benefits you get from a shared or commercial scooter pilot that you simply can't get from private, personally owned e-scooters in your city. It's a bunch of education. Again, this is germane across all companies in the space, often mandated by regulation locally in municipalities. Companies like ours provide a host of education to users in person, allow them to test ride an e-scooter. We distribute helmets for free. Again, companies in this space that do that. We educate riders on local rules. It's also a bunch of ongoing rider education that you get with shared e-scooter operations in your city that you don't get on that personally owned side. And here's some examples of that via in-app messaging, emails, in-app tutorials, etc. And I've displayed some of it here on the screen for you today. Geofencing, again, you can get this with a commercial operation in your city. You can't get with the personally owned side. I know questions came up at committee when you were discussing the bike share report at the last committee meeting. Councillor, I believe, Ferguson, as well as another councillor had raised concerns about where e-scooters can go. The benefit of a shared e-scooter program is you can really control operations in your city. So if there's certain areas where you don't want scooters parked, we can geofence that. If you want certain areas that are highly pedestrianized, you want scooters to slow down to a slower speed, we can do that. There's certain areas of the city that you just simply don't want scooters riding in. We can create a no-ride geofence. The scooters enter that zone, they slow down and come to a stop to discourage ridership in that area. Lastly, there's a bunch of stuff we do on safe streets patrols as well to keep scooters neatly parked and educate riders and citizens. It's my 5 minutes. I appreciate your time and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'll go to questions from committee, and just a reminder that City Hamilton doesn't permit unsolicited proposals, so we'll just keep questions to kind of e-scooters in general, commercial operation in general, not specifically what services Bird offers. So I have Councillor Farr on my speakers list.
Okay, just to that, Mr. Chair, I'll ask, this is why we ask through you. You can decide. I am asking a question for clarity on the geofencing technology, and I didn't find it too salesy, but certainly it was under a slide that began from Chris, where he said this is something that our commercial service offers that you can't get anywhere else. So you decide, but I wanted to know, for my own clarity, I know we can remotely, these commercial companies can remotely just stop the governor from working, stop e-scooters from traveling, but can the geofencing, am I reading the first bullet right? Can geofencing not stop but adjust? So if the maximum speed is 25, if you hit as an example, a waterfront trail, as soon as the e-scooter goes in it, the governor reduces itself to a maximum of half that, or 10 or 15. Is that an okay question to ask? Because I don't have clarity on that. Will they still work but slower through a geofencing technology?
Yeah, I think that's general questions. So Chris?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. It's a great question, Councillor. And I will clarify, I attempted to do that during my presentation. Stuff I talked about in my presentation is germane to really any commercial scooter provider. I was giving you examples of what we've done in Canadian cities, but I know my friends in other companies have the same technology. So it's really germane across the commercial industry. But to answer your question, geofencing technology, the beauty of it is there may be areas that city staff or council in Hamilton says, you know what, it's highly pedestrianized. So I'll give you an example. In Ottawa, the Byward Market is very highly pedestrianized. All the requirement there in Ottawa currently is that when scooters enter that geofence, they slow down gradually, safely, and come to a complete stop. The city doesn't want scooters in that area at all. We can do that. If your question, Councillor, was on a trail, if you wanted the scooter to go from its max speed, every city in Canada so far is 20 kilometers an hour. If you wanted them to slow down to, let's say 15 is a common slowdown speed, or 12 kilometers an hour, the scooter would enter that geofence and would gradually slow down to that speed, and then that would be the max speed for that zone. The scooter would continue in that zone. As it exited that zone, the satellite and the scooter would communicate. It would gradually increase back to the maximum permitted speed, usually 20 kilometers in cities across Canada.
Okay, so that it does have that technology. I think that's important for a lot of us, particularly those with active trails. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Chris, real quick. I thought I saw you reference Montreal on the stats in your slideshow, and I thought I read in the report that Montreal's shelved their e-scooter game for now. Montreal and I think Toronto. Is that you mean you have knowledge across the country, and there's 5, I think, active, maybe 4. Did Montreal shelve, and if so, do you know from your professional work why that would be?
Through you, Chair, it's a great question. So to date, briefly, BC, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec have approved the scooter privately or publicly, so shared or private scooter on public roads in all 4 provinces. So we've had operations in Edmonton, Calgary, Ottawa, and Montreal. Montreal, again, it's not recommendations I made in Montreal. I advised against it. They chose to do their program and organize it in such a way, contrary to really popular practice, is they created a program where you had to have painted boxes. There was 410 of them in the city. There's an insufficient number of them, and they located them in an insufficient manner and said, okay, riders, you must park the scooter only in that spot. The challenge I raised to Montreal was, look, we're going to make this work to the best we can, but the reality is, if you're going to follow that model, and a few cities have globally, but they've done what Paris did and had tens of thousands of them. So there's one every 100 meters or so. Can you imagine the challenge of trying to park a car if you said, we're only going to give you so many spots and they're kind of inconveniently located? City staff analyzed the 2019 scooter program and came to 2 conclusions, among others, but the 2 of them germane on this subject were there were not enough of those parking spots, and they were inconveniently located. What they found, though, was like Ottawa, Edmonton, and Calgary, where the rider is permitted to end their trip and park their scooter in what's known as the street furniture zone of sidewalks, where there's plant boxes, newspaper boxes, park benches. And the majority of people in Montreal were safely parking their scooter in that space. Toronto has not banned scooters. They've temporarily, like the staff is proposing in Hamilton, they temporarily banned while they're developing the regulatory framework for scooter share operations in their city. That report is coming back May 2021.
And Councillor, you're just at your time limit there. You're good? Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Chris? Seeing none. Okay, so I need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. And we'll just vote on that before we move to the delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Pauls is ghosted out of her frame. And Councillor Whitehead, your thumbs up? Thank you. Carries unanimously, thank you. On to 8.2 is Moaz Ahmed. Respecting the same issue, I'd like to call upon Moaz to delegate respecting 9.2 regulation of e-scooters. And if you're there, you can unmute your microphone and start your video. And as soon as you're ready to proceed, we'll start the clock. There you are.
Can I just confirm that you can see my screen share?
I can see you and I can hear you. It sounded a little choppy there, so maybe just introduce yourself and then make sure we're good.
Okay, good morning, pardon me, good afternoon to the Public Works Committee. My name is Moaz Ahmed. I'm not a resident of Hamilton. I'm a...
Sorry, Moaz, I'm just going to interrupt you. You're breaking up a bit there, so let's try it without video.
Okay. Will I be able to share the screen?
No. Can you share the screen without video?
Hi, Moaz. This is Alicia from Clerks. Yes, you should still be able to share. Yep, there you go. I see that you've got it figured out now. Perfect.
Okay.
Content's just loading up.
Okay, wonderful. I apologize for the issues here. I am Moaz Ahmed. I am here really on behalf of my sister. She's lived in Hamilton for 15 years. Her young son, shown in that picture, is now 16 years old, and he would very much like an e-scooter for Christmas. When I mentioned this to her and that the bylaws would be changing to permit a legal personal e-scooter, she said that I think you better speak to council and share some thoughts on my behalf. Well, one of the reasons why is because I've been involved in Hamilton public consultation for more than 5 years. The picture there of the Sobe bicycle was when it was introduced in 2015 and part of the Transportation Master Plan consultation. I've worked on the Hurontario LRT. I've worked on your Vision Zero plans. And today I'm giving transit feedback to agencies like Metrolinx and CUDA, so talking about Hamilton on multiple occasions. To talk about micromobility, I think it's very important to highlight these outcomes and opportunities. Susan Shaheen is one of the people who's basically aligned these 5 areas of importance for micromobility and ways that micromobility can improve communities through multimodal transportation, healthy activity, economic growth and supporting local businesses, improved sustainability, and most importantly, social equity and social inclusion. The numbers for micromobility show that there is a significant increase in demand for micromobility. Now, these are shared trips, 88 million in 2018 and 136 million micromobility trips in 2019. I think it's very important to acknowledge that most of this growth has happened through the e-scooter industry and the e-scooter shared trips. And I think that's a significant part of creating this demand and making it accessible to more people. If you don't know how to ride a bike, it takes time to learn, whereas learning how to ride an e-scooter is quite a bit easier. And I think that is a major factor. So we know that the province has said that they're looking into transit-oriented development. They're looking into transit investment. The Hurontario and Hamilton LRTs are 2 examples. Hamilton has 3 GO rail stations and potential hubs that can accommodate new growth so that it can be put in places where transit already is, and micromobility will support that. And what I've done here is highlighted some major and current and future Hamilton transit hubs, GO rail and bus hubs, and growth nodes that the city of Hamilton is looking at investing in. Align them over your proposed rapid transit network, and each circle represents a 1,500 meter radius. That's a 15 to 25 minute walk. Using an e-scooter, it could be between 3 and 10 minutes ride. So there's a major contrast there. And I think that it's important to note that the benefits can be felt from, even today with carpooling, where if somebody can drive somebody to 1,000 kilometer and a half away rather than having to drop them off at their destination before moving on, you can get more people traveling and sharing trips and aligning their trips together. The other advantage is that people can be using transit and aligning their trips with transit. This does not require a shared micromobility system. This is what individuals can do if they can take their e-scooters and put them in somebody else's car or somebody else or the city bus. To summarize, I think it's very important to emphasize the benefits of e-scooters. So expanding access to public transportation. It is healthy, fun, and convenient, especially if it's accessible. It's cost-effective and equitable, and it can reduce carbon emissions if done properly. Beyond today's vote, I wanted to highlight a couple of things. I don't see a lot of transit and travel demand management mentioned in the recommendations from staff today. I would like to see more of that to talk about how it will be able to improve transit access and improve carpooling and improve local business access. Safety training, I think, is going to be very important. A significant portion of e-scooter injuries happen during the first ride, where people are just not familiar with how the vehicle moves, how fast it can move, how their balance is shifting, and safe riding infrastructure. That means travel lanes and trails and bicycle lanes, and all of this is going to be very, very, very important. So what I'm asking for Public Works is to authorize the micropilots, but use them as an example of advancing city policies, working with transit agencies, economic development, tourism, BIAs, and other local partnerships. Because I don't think this works if it's just a company offering a service. It has to work as a very community-connected partnership. And I think that there's a big opportunity for the future with the major transit station areas, those Go hubs that I mentioned, as well as your rapid transit network. And I think it's very important to look at transit, micromobility, land use, and community all together if you are going to look at this in the future.
Sorry,
And that's all I have to
just. Oh, perfect. Perfect time. So maybe if you can close your presentation there and start your video back, and then I'm going to go to committee to see if there's any questions. I don't see anybody on the speakers list. Oh, Councillor Whitehead. Just if you wouldn't mind closing your presentation there, Moaz. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
There we go. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would certainly wish that the application we heard on the scooters that we could demand in the context of our bike share program and controlling speed and location. But having said that, the parking and where the bikes go. The question I have is safety, around the safety element. And one of the things I hear from many people is that cars you see coming, bicycles a little more difficult, especially if they're zipping out of a pathway or a driveway come out of nowhere, because you're about to turn left and a car pops up a driveway and you've already made your blind spot turn, and all of a sudden you got a bike coming and colliding with your car. A lot of the times they talk about visual, that there's a blind spot, or scooters seem to be even smaller, so that would be even greater potential. What safety elements on these exercises are we implementing, or you're implementing, or you suggest should be implemented to ensure that they're seen as clear as a bell, or enhance their being seen, so we can avoid more conflicts? As my understanding, traffic looks at conflicts and how many points of conflict. My concern is we're creating more unless we have a safety mechanism to protect it.
So I didn't hear safety in Moaz's presentation, so this is more of a question for staff, but I'll let Moaz address that if he wishes.
Through you, Councillor Danko, through the chair. There are two elements to Councillor Whitehead's question. The first one is about the opportunity to have IoT control on the SOBI, the bikes, the Hamilton Bike Share bikes. It is possible to purchase these modules and install them. And I have seen examples of where bike share bikes have been converted to connected bike share bikes. It is a possible service that could be incorporated in a future micromobility program that includes, for example, transit and e-scooters and bike share. To the second question, there are some examples of requirements from the province that specify that there has to be lighting for the e-scooters. There has to be front and rear lights that operate during the dark. Helmet use is recommended for people between the age of 16 and, under the age of 18. Minimum age to ride e-scooters is 16. With respect to policies and how the industry is just going, I think there are a significant number of companies that are looking at making these scooters more noticeable with the use of colors that are bright, that are, for example, contrasting yellow and black. I've seen that in a few different companies. Encouraging helmet use, wearing bright helmets so that they are more visible. To be frank, the challenge is aligning those regulations where the Ontario government permits, for example, e-scooters to be ridden on streets with 50-kilometer-an-hour limits, with the way that drivers operate. And I think the main issue here is that drivers and e-scooter riders have to be trained to operate in a way that doesn't create dangerous conflicts. And I think that a safety training component is going to be a very important expectation of any private company that comes into the city. But I think it is also going to be very important for people who want to ride these e-scooters. And I don't know whose responsibility that would be at this point. I'm not going to suggest anything to the city, but I think that it's worth the city look into that and decide how that's going to happen. And you do have the right to do that under the legislation.
I appreciate that. I think my biggest concern, I think there's a lot of great advantages. So it's not being critical. I just want to enhance any consideration, even a pilot program. But many people will talk to you about conflict and how we avoid those conflicts or minimize those conflicts. And one of them is visual. People on motorcycles will argue that especially people that like loud noises, is that it actually is another element that says I'm here, be careful, because so many motorcyclists are getting killed on the road. So when you get down to scooters and bicycles, the big issue is visible. How visible are you for that big 2-ton car coming down the road? And are you creating a safety issue? Because there's no way that you're going to win that battle. So we want to ensure that you're as visible as possible and practical in the constraints you have. So we could, as a city, consider saying you're on a scooter that the helmet has certain elements too. For example, lighting.
Again, I think that's more of a question to staff.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I'm wondering if the industry sees the helmet as being part of that solution.
I don't believe Moaz is part of the industry, and you're also
okay,
your
fair enough. I thought
but...
he spoke like that, so I thought, fair enough.
Moaz, I can give me the last word on that if you want.
Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not part of a company. I am a researcher, so I've done a significant amount of research in the industry. I've been following transportation for 20 years. This is just the latest example of how technology has changed. To speak to Councillor Whitehead's concerns, I think the education component is going to be very, very significant. And I think that I could provide recommendations to transportation staff about how the separation process could be managed in and of the process of developing this micromobility, as well as what implementation can happen right now while the private e-scooters are made legal and permitted. I'm happy to offer that language and that knowledge as an interested party, but I don't represent any of the companies that are in e-scooters.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the latitude, and I will ask that question of staff at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and thank you, Moaz. Can I ask you a question? With the scooter, what is the age average that would use them?
So there's two answers to that, Councillor Pauls. Through Councillor Danko. The permit in Ontario is a minimum age is 16. It does not require a driver's license to ride an e-scooter.
Mm-hmm.
Persons who are under the age of 18 are required to wear helmets, as they are for bicycles. With respect to average age and the sort of the demographics of e-scooters, the industry has been very heavily skewed towards young males, frankly, young white males in urban areas, and ages of approximately 18 to 32.
Mm-hmm.
That is changing, but it only changes when cities get involved and sort of push these scooters to be made available in other spots and other parts of communities, and they provide training.
Yes.
I can't speak to why that is, but that is how it seems to be.
Right. The reason I'm asking is they look fun. They look like, my kids would love it. An 18-year-old, a 20-year-old, they would do it because it's fun to go on a scooter. But I'm wondering, like maybe the age of older people that they would not use, and they're replacing, I see it as we're replacing the Sobe bikes maybe with some scooters for the young people. So let's say McMaster gets back to a school there at the university, and all of a sudden they're not using Sobe bike. They're going to use those scooters because they're more fun. So I don't know if it's adding to it, or I mean, I think they're fun and it'll be fun to do, but definitely I think they'll be taking a part of the Sobe bikes. They'll be using the scooter. Do you agree with that, or?
Through you, Councillor Danko, through the chair, I have seen examples of where e-scooters in a dockless system have replaced bikes in a dockless system. I've also seen examples of growth system-wide. So more people using micromobility means that they're using bike share and they're using e-scooters. I think that bikes and e-scooters provide mobility to different groups of people who have different mobility needs and preferences. So to use Councillor Paul's example, it may be that yes, more people will be using, around McMaster will be using the e-scooter service rather than the bike share service. How staff respond to that is really nothing that I can speak to. I mean, there are many different approaches that can be taken. What I would say overall is that in the city of Toronto, they have banned all e-scooters at the moment, including privately owned e-scooters. And the purpose of that is for them to allow themselves to develop all types of scooter policy and regulations. With respect to sharing, they're looking at a system where e-scooters would be controlled under the parking authority in parallel to their bike share system. So they are looking at some kind of parallel integration and maybe even having e-scooters at the docks where they have the bike share.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
You're welcome, Councillor.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any, so we'll receive Moaz's presentation. Anybody want to mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor of receiving the presentation? Thank you, Moaz.
Thank you all.
Just waiting for eScribe to. eScribe needs some more coffee today. Thank you. That carries unanimously. 8-3, we have Shwab Ahmed. Apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. From Scooty, respecting item 9.2, regulation of e-scooters. There you are. I see you.
Through the chair, hello everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to delegate. My name is Shoaib Ahmed. I am the founder and CEO of Scooty. We are an e-scooter company. As you can see from my first slide here, the picture. Actually, sorry, I should go full screen mode here. As you can see on the first slide here, you will see our scooter, and specifically to Councillor Whitehead's comment on visibility. One of the reasons we picked this color for our branding was inspired by a school bus, and this is your safety yellow and black color combination that we use again from a safety standpoint for visibility. I'm gonna show you the deck, but I'm gonna skip over a few of the slides based as I feel that they were covered by both Chris and Moaz. Again, it's great to see that the City of Hamilton is taking this approach of allowing e-scooters into the city. and these are some of the interesting reasons that Hamilton has seen from a growth perspective, and also taking a very proactive approach in offering the ability for new modes of transport to support the supply and demand of mobility needs for the city. I'm going to pass this one as well. As said before, e-scooters can transform both first and last mile and urban transport, especially when done correctly. Where e-scooters are great for usage is your 1 to 2 kilometer distances, which is about 3 to 7 minutes of riding time to a transit hub, and then from your transit hub to your destination, which is considered to be your last mile. And globally, what we're seeing is this is where users and riders are seeing the best use case of using e-scooters to get to their place of destination, and also satisfying their mobility needs. One of the recommendations that we would really strongly support the City of Hamilton do is get feedback from every kind of user you can think of. And here's some of the examples that we are sharing. You have students, you have your local massive stakeholders like McMaster, Mohawk College, you have major industries in the city. Engage all those communities and get their feedback as to what is the best possible way to support an e-scooter launch, to support the mobility needs of the city. Here's another thing that we have learned. It is very important to engage early on stakeholders, important stakeholders, just like yourselves, hear from various city councilors at different cities to important provincial and federal leadership, and also engaging the public. Engaging the public pre-launch is extremely important, and an opportunity to collect data and feedback would be an impressive opportunity to help the city form what a pilot program should be. And to Councillor sorry, I can't remember the name of the councillor, but this gentleman here on the far bottom right of the screen was the oldest or the eldest rider to ride a scooty, and this person was 76 years old. One of the interesting things about a great e-scooter program is how it connects with current infrastructure and adds value, and it helps improve transit hub connections. It helps improve sustainability and investment in local businesses. And also, one of the great things about having e-scooters to the mix is it's a great way of attracting younger workers. And e-scooters will transform how Hamilton will play a role in transforming how Toronto and Hamilton and Waterloo get connected on the Tech Triangle agenda. We strongly support staff's recommendation, staff support for a 2021 program, and this is incredible opportunities for us to collect data and share data even to help the city inform itself on how the best way to proceed. We support a spring 2021 micropilot through opportunities and engagements that were discussed through riding safely, e-scooter programs, and also developing opportunities through economic development, BIAs, and tourism. And we sincerely thank the city and council for the support in getting this moving forward. And with that said, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was Shoaib?
Shoaib. Yes.
Got it. Okay. Any questions for Shoaib? Not seeing any. Thank you. So mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Collins. Thank you. All in favor? Don't forget to vote, people. Councillor Nan, were you able to vote? We got it. Thank you. That carries. Last on our delegates, Jessica Maroli from the Hamilton Cycling Committee respecting item 9.2 regulation of e-scooters. Jessica, we'll just get you to get your video. I see you there.
Yep.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thanks. So thank you for accepting my request to delegate on behalf of the Hamilton Cycling Committee. As you consider the staff report's recommendations to allow e-scooters in Hamilton, the committee wanted to ensure that they had an opportunity to share their thoughts, as this decision will have an impact on cycling infrastructure. The committee would like to express general support for initiatives that promote an accessible, multimodal, and active approach to transit. We feel that investment into our cycling, pedestrian, public transit networks helps Hamilton move towards its vision to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully, and serves Hamilton's climate change goals. While we believe that e-scooters can play an important part in this mix of transit options, we do have some concerns over how they will be integrated into our current system, especially given the existing problems within the network. The recommendation in the staff report is to regulate e-scooters road use in the same way as bikes, including requiring e-scooters to use roads and the cycling infrastructure where available. We welcome greater use of the cycling infrastructure, but want to emphasize that the successful integration of e-scooters requires greater investment into expanding this network, while also investing in things like concrete curbs, bollards, and planters, and other measures to keep bike lanes separate from car traffic, and to prevent the parking in those lanes by cars and trucks, which is something we're constantly looking at ways to improve the infrastructure for cycling generally. We believe that painted lines on roads are not enough to keep cyclists or e-scooters safe. We also want to express concern, shared concern, that the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities expressed in the report of how e-scooters will impact sidewalk users, in particular in regards to how e-scooters will be parked. We are aware that in some cities require e-scooters to be locked to racks in order to ensure that they do not block walkways or sidewalks. And we would support similar requirement in Hamilton, but want to point out that this will require an investment into bike and scooter parking infrastructure. What we don't want to see is a limited bike parking infrastructure, bike parking being displaced by this new type of road user, because this will likely lead to bikes being locked improperly that will also impede pedestrian sidewalks. So some investment in expanding the proper places for both bikes and e-scooters to park. The Cycling Committee has also been recently involved with consultation with the HSR on the Mountain Climber Program. And we recommend that consideration be given to expanding the Mountain Climber Program to include kickstand e-scooters in the upcoming 2021 review of the program. We further recommend that the roles and responsibilities of the Cycling Committee be revised to include e-scooters, as they will be sharing the infrastructure the committee provides advice on. However, we want to note that this does not negate the need to engage in broader consultation with the community about how e-scooters will be sharing the cycling and multi-use trails with other users. Finally, while we know this report does not deal directly with the question of whether or not commercial operators will be allowed in Hamilton, the Hamilton Cycling Committee respectfully requests to be consulted on the strategy for regulating these commercial operators, especially in terms of how they will integrate with the bike share program as staff develops that report. So those are the recommendations from the committee. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And if you have any questions, please.
Here we go. You can't see me laughing under here. Any questions for Jessica from committee? I don't have anybody on the speakers list. Oh, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chairman Danko. Through to Jessica. Jessica, thanks for your presentation and bringing another perspective to the table regarding the cycling community. So can I just interpret accurately? Are you suggesting, in spite of the staff recommendation and report today, that maybe a possible tabling of it or just a pausing of it for a little more time and feedback from those beyond the scooter community for insurance that all members of any transportation mode will be able to access our assets safely? Or are you suggesting if we're going to move ahead with the staff report that maybe some conditions be put in place? Mr. Chairman, through you to Jessica, please.
Through the chair. So I guess there's two parts to my answer. So in terms of multi-use trails, the report itself actually doesn't allow e-scooters on multi-use trails. And so our recommendation is aligned with what staff are saying about how to use those spaces. So just to give some background in terms of what the cycling committee has been consulted on in relation to multi-use trails are issues with speed, specifically of cyclists. And we've been trying to give advice on how to effectively communicate to cyclists about how they should be using and sharing those spaces. And our concern is that we'll add another user and there's this existing problem, and that requires greater consultation beyond just our committee. And then generally the position of the committee is to, it generally supports the recommendations of the staff report, including allowing scooters into, or requiring actually scooters use cycling infrastructure. What we're really trying to highlight is that if that is the decision of this committee and council, that there needs to be greater emphasis on investment in that infrastructure, because we are already experiencing problems with conflicts with other road users, and adding a new road user, we're concerned about how that will play out, and really an emphasis on safety and making those lanes, both expanding the amount of infrastructure, but also the quality of that infrastructure as well. But we also want to encourage people to use those spaces, right? And so we like the idea of more users of the existing infrastructure.
Thank you, Chairman Danko. Thanks, Jessica Maroli, for your further response. And my interpretation is support generally, proceed, but with some possible caution. But that's my own interpretation. Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Pearson, Collins, Whitehead, and Pauls in my speakers list. So Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Jessica, thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate the points you have raised, and Councillor Jackson actually reiterated a number of my concerns that I have written down as well. So I really appreciate what you've contributed, and wanting to see whatever is brought in, that we make sure that it's safe for everyone. I mean, we have many users and, many things that come into our sidewalks and our roadways that we have to be respectful of, being sure that everybody is safe as best as possible. So I really appreciate the contribution and information you've provided today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Jessica. Jessica, any concerns about how these new businesses and the new micromobility product will have on the SOBI system right now? So I understand that there are a number of people using the e-scooters for purely entertainment reasons, not necessarily from a transportation perspective, but renting it just to spend time on trails and in bike lanes and in different parts of municipalities across North America and around the world. So I just wondered whether the cycling committee has given any thought to what the impact might be on a growing SOBI program here locally. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. It is something that we are concerned about. The cycling committee is generally really supportive of the existing SOBI network and would like to see it expanded. And I would say, in terms of our discussion on this, most of the members have expressed concern about this becoming a competing form of transportation and undermining SOBI. And so this is why we think it's very important for our committee to be involved in that developing that strategy to try to figure out a way to integrate scooters in a way that actually supports and supplements the existing system. So we don't necessarily think it has to be bad for Sobe, but I think it has to be, you know, the way in which we move forward as a city on this issue will definitely impact. And these can be services that complement each other rather than compete, but we have to make sure that they're set up in that kind of structure.
Okay, thanks for that, Jessica. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead. Is Councillor Whitehead there? Let's see him. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Pauls. Oh, Councillor Whitehead.
Oh, Councillor Whitehead?
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jessica, for coming forward. I got a couple of questions because, again, we don't have any scooter rider representation at the cycling committee. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, there are some people who have ridden scooters, but because they're not allowed in Hamilton, there's no like.
So the question is,
scooters.
was, do we have any identified scooter enthusiasts on the cycling committee? How's that?
Through you, Chair, it's hard to answer that question because they're not allowed here. So there are people who, yes, use them where they are able to use them, but that's very limited. I guess is, yeah.
Thank you, Jessica. My concern, Mr. Chair, is we have a cycling committee commenting on an area and they're not, I don't have any representation from that particular area. So if in fact we're moving down that road, I want to make sure that we have representation that represents that this whole micro process. So when we move forward and we evolve, we have to make sure that we have in citizen representation those people and their voices and their life experiences around these issues projected at those committees. We don't currently, that I'm aware of. So I want to highlight that. Secondly, Jessica, what is your understanding of the current cycling infrastructure that is being used? And I know that there's a great need to expand it, so I'm with you on that. But I try to understand on our current infrastructure, is it being underutilized, overutilized, moderate? What is your understanding?
Through you, Chair, I think, I mean, I want to be careful not to speak too much about my personal opinions, but just a couple of things. In terms of our recommendations to expand the mandate of the cycling committee to include scooters, that would also include considering how we select members of that committee, right? So we don't see that to be something that's immediate, but would probably be considered when the committees are kind of reconstituted and people are reappointed. So we would, agree that there should be proper representation of people that use these kinds of mobility devices on the committee if that mandate is expanded. And secondly, in terms of the use of the current infrastructure, I don't think the position of the committee isn't that we're concerned necessarily for conflicts between scooters and cyclists, that the addition of scooters onto the existing infrastructure will cause like congestion or any of those kinds of issues. Really just trying to highlight that scooters are also vulnerable road users. And I think to your point earlier, because of issues with decreased visibility, may be even more vulnerable than cyclists. But the issues that we're already experiencing with the infrastructure around proper kind of safety measures, and also like a big thing that we talk a lot about is about parking in bike lanes, especially in bike lanes that are counterflow, so where you're going against oncoming traffic. When cars or trucks do that, it forces people coming in the opposite direction to either go onto the sidewalk or into oncoming traffic, neither of which are good options for bikes, nor are they good options for scooters. And so as we move forward and expand who can use these spaces and hopefully expand their overall use, we really think it's important to invest in proper safety measures to ensure that those users are protected to the best of the ability of the city.
I really appreciate the clarification, because it's my understanding is that all of our bike lanes and infrastructure is currently underutilized, and there's lots of capacity. So that's not an issue, and the general public should know that that's not what Jessica was saying. So I'm glad Jessica had the opportunity to clarify that. Secondly, we do have a lot of users that aren't using scooters, but they're using disability type devices. You see the wheelchair carts and so forth going down these bike lanes. So there's already other users on this infrastructure. And I thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing this up, because good planning and alignment is needed before we make a decision. And I was wondering if the staff would comment on the recommendation when the report comes up. Because as actually when Council Collins mentioned that these scooters really is, they're fun and they're for mostly entertainment. And as I look at the scooter, I mean, I have never ridden one. My little kids, my grandchildren have one, but they pedal it. The balance, and I was wondering, even in that, if you carry a purse or you carry your briefcase or you have something, how awkward it would be. So there's a lot of questions that we need to clarify before we move on. So Jessica, I really appreciate your insight here, the planning and alignment to make sure we have it right before we move on. So, but I suggest maybe when the staff comes to report, we could get their recommendation on that.
You can certainly ask those questions to staff. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Jessica. I don't have anybody else on the speakers list. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive Jessica's presentation. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Pauls. All in favor. Councillor Whitehead?
Yeah.
Are you able to vote?
Oh, sorry. I know. Yes, here.
There we go. Affirmative. Thank you. Carries unanimously. Thank you, committee. On to item 9 is staff presentations. 9.1 is the Accessibility Transportation Services Eligibility Audit. I'd like to call upon Charles Brown, our city auditor, to present.
Through the chair, good afternoon. I'll just bring up the presentation. Okay. We were requested by Public Works Committee to conduct an audit of accessible transit eligibility processes. In Hamilton, eligibility processes are conducted for the most part by city staff in the transit division. Our objective was to assess these processes to identify opportunities for efficiency, for effectiveness, and for cost containment. Our audit was conducted with the assistance of a third party that helped us assess a sample of applications. Although we did analyze multiple years, our emphasis was on 2019 applications primarily because we wanted the most recent applications. For context, in 2019, there were 17,000 registered ATS clients, 9,000 active clients who take one or more trips per year. There were 844,000 passenger trips completed by DARTs at an average cost of $26.71. And the net operating costs for 2019 were $22.5 million, which includes DARTs, but also the taxi scripts program and travel training. In our audit, we analyzed 3 years from 2017 to 2019. However, we took our sample from our sample of 150 applications from 2019 and the first couple of months of 2020. We had Lifemark Health Group evaluate that sample. This is a company that has medical and healthcare specialists who are familiar with ATS eligibility and, in fact, to conduct all the assessments for the city of Ottawa. Lifemark evaluated applications blind to the results that 8 ATS had, so we could compare objectively those results. The statistics from 2019, the year of our sample, showed there to be 3,515 applications received and assessed in that year, 34 third-party functional assessments that were performed at a cost of $125 per assessment. There was 1 eligibility decision appeal. The cost to assess an application in-house is $38, plus there is an additional cost if the applicant undergoes functional assessment, and that additional cost to the base it's added. So that's $144 is added for that particular situation. Finally, the average number of trips taken by active clients was, the average number was 94. The eligibility decision is a very important decision. You want your process to have fair and equitable outcomes in the assessment. You want to ensure safety of clients, and that's where we get into the PCAA and DNLE status, which we'll get into later. But we also found that eligibility has a very great impact on the service levels and costs. We estimated a difference of 1% eligibility potentially drives about $225,000 in costs. That's not an exact number, rather a rough estimate. But it illustrates that eligibility is an important driver of cost. And so it's from that, we concluded it's very important to get some sense of the reliability of the eligibility process. To gain confidence over how well ATS evaluates applications, as I said, we enlisted Lifemark Health Group to evaluate a sample of 150 for our audit, 150 that we chose in our audit team. The result, as you can see, was significant. There were differences in how Lifemark evaluated applications. In fact, they reached the same decision on less than half the sample. For 17% of the applications, they said that there wasn't enough information to render a decision. And for 34%, they had a different evaluation outcome than ATS, which breaks down into 23% where they would have evaluated receiving less service. So that means, for example, the service would be on a conditional basis or a temporary basis instead of unconditional would be an example of less. 5% they would evaluate to receive more service, and 6% they would have evaluated to receive no service. So 6%, it may seem like an insignificant number, but financially it could be very impactful. Intuitively, one might say there are significant additional impacts from the 23% versus the 5%, 23% less versus the 5% more, et cetera, but we didn't really, as a practical matter, assess that any further. Another important decision besides eligibility is whether the applicant should have a personal care attendant or a do not leave unattended requirement. These are two decisions that involve safety. For PCA decisions, agreement was much higher, as between LifeMark and ATS. So LifeMark agreed with 68% of ATS decisions, but still with a large difference, 19%, where more information was required by LifeMark, and 13% of LifeMark decisions were different, which breaks down into them adjudicating 1% with less PCA care, 7% with no PCA, and 5% with more. For the do not leave unattended decisions, the same result occurred in 72% of the sample applications that were evaluated by LifeMark. And there were fewer applications, 10%, that required more information. But there were nevertheless a significant number, 18%, in which the decision was different. And this broke down into 15% having do not leave unattended status, which is more than what ATS had, and 3% judged as not requiring it, contrary to what ATS had. These results and differences underscore, I think, the importance of quality assurance in the process. The other area that we looked at was reassessment. Over time, changes occur in the conventional transit system that makes it more accessible. Also, changes can occur in a client's functional abilities and with changes to the environment with new assistive technologies and medical advances, etc. And for that reason, other municipalities have implemented eligibility renewal or reassessment. The cost of reassessment can be significant. So some adopt a practice of renewing a certain portion or percentage every year. For example, the City of Ottawa reassesses all its customers once every 3 years on a rotational basis. In the audit, we also found improvement opportunities. Processes could be improved by having evaluation guidelines, policies, and instructions, and by having a quality control mechanism put in, by having evaluation strategies put in place for some particular medical conditions, for example, and having more personal contact with applicants. Assessment qualifications could be improved through staff training and oversight. The application form could be improved to have better information supplied to the applicant and better information obtained from the applicant. So we cite in the report, we cite 8 examples of where these types of improvements could be made. There are also data management challenges that need to be resolved to ensure more efficient and effective administration, and there were 4 areas of that cited in the report. ATS does have some important service offerings in addition to accessible transit through DARTs. And we reviewed those, namely the ones they already have, taxi, script, and travel training. So we reviewed those, but also in comparing what Hamilton has, we found some additional opportunities when we compared that to some other municipalities. We made recommendations for different service options to be explored. For example, an expanded taxi script program. 30% of clients use taxi script at least some of the time, in Hamilton, and we found that there were cost advantages that, on average, make it a feasible alternative that should be explored. We found that Durham, York, and Toronto have adopted what's called an integrated service model, which includes service where specialized transit services acts as a feeder into the conventional system. The current program of expanded travel training could be expanded to be more inclusive of a broader population of clients beyond those with cognitive disabilities. London has implemented shuttle services for specific locations, and London, Toronto, and Ottawa have accessible fixed route community buses to connect accessibility clients to connect them along popular routes. On the administrative side, our audit uncovered some weaknesses related to functional assessment payments that need stronger control and verification, and also a situation where from 2016 to 2019, we paid $700,000 to an agency to train 400 people, but only 233 were trained, so there was an estimated underutilized capacity or waste of $292,000. Finally, we looked at performance measures to see how well ATS tracked performance. And there is one measure that was being used, that is the percent of clients assessed within the required 14-day window. That was being tracked and measured, but there wasn't anything we can track on how well their processes operate or impact the community. To summarize then, we concluded that the eligibility process drives demand and ultimately costs. There is a critical need to have quality assurance embedded throughout the eligibility assessment process. The assessment process requires improvement, potential redesign. In other words, change more significant than just adding a process or policy here and there. And then benchmarking to other municipalities suggests that we explore routine reassessment and other service options, and that these might be beneficial. In our Appendix B, you will see the 14 recommendations that were made. All of these recommendations were agreed to by transit management, and their responses are contained in there. So I can answer questions, and I believe the Director of Transit is available if there are any operational questions. Management's response.
Thank you, Charles. Do have Councillor Whitehead on the speakers list. If you could just close your presentation there. Councillor Whitehead, followed by Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. What I didn't see in the presentation, I don't know if it was within the scope is in our directions to ATS, have we created a restriction that's so tight that innovation and cost savings is very difficult for them independently to exercise through discretion?
Through the chair, we didn't address that specifically. We addressed it obviously primarily from the point of view of the reliability of the processes themselves. Certainly you'll see in the responses that they have presumed a scope that can address all of these issues that we raised. So my presumption is that can happen. Of course, it's not, some of this will have to be costed and presented to council. Perhaps I'll let the Director of Transit speak to that aspect of it.
Thank you. the next question I have, and I'm really happy. The first question I actually had that you answered right at the end of your presentation is, I want to make sure that ATS was happy and had every opportunity to respond to all the issues, which they did. I see in the report. So thank you for confirming that openly, so that the general public knows that took place. So I'm trying to understand. I didn't see a lot in that ATS audit that talked about the relationship and so forth with darts. You talked about these other, you put a list on there, but there was no real, I didn't see any interaction or anything that really directly correlate with the management of the darts contract.
Well, that's correct. We didn't consider that to be within the scope of the audit. We strictly confined ourselves to the eligibility process that we as a city, in fact, conduct.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume you can hear me okay, can you?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to thank Charles. It's been a while coming, but it was in typical Hamilton audit styles led by Charles. It was very thorough. And as Councillor Whitehead said, I was pretty pleased that management agreed with all 14 of your recommendations. And so it looks like we're starting to move forward on something that's fair and reasonable. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the recommendation in the report.
Okay. Any further questions to Charles on the presentation? And then we'll move on to the report. So not seeing anybody else in my speakers list. Councillor Whitehead?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yep.
So I think it's only appropriate because I really, again, Charles, you've done incredible work. But we have an audit report. You have the responses in the context of the report. I want to give ATS a chance to just provide a summary response openly. We do have the general public watching this meeting as well. When would that opportunity take place?
If you're able to answer that, Charles.
Well, I'm asking this question. This question is directed to you, Mr. Chair. Whether Debbie could respond at all to the findings.
Debbie, Director Delvedo.
Through the chair to the councillor. So as Charles has indicated in his report, we worked very closely with his team in order to review all the aspects of the eligibility. We have seen considerable turnover at ATS over the last number of years between retirements and new staff coming on board. And, considering all the opportunities that were presented to us in regards to process improvements and working at becoming more efficient, the timing of the audit was perfect for us to help direct us and look at those opportunities that we have and that were identified through the course of the audit. We did lose a little bit of momentum at looking at processes from the time that there was direction given for the audit to be completed and until such time as it's been completed in regards to some process improvements. But as you can see by our responses to the findings out of the report, we do have a game plan going forward to address those deficiencies.
Thank you very much, Debbie. I want to make sure that we hear one side of the coin. I'd like to hear the response. And I thought that was appropriate for you to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further discussion, so mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? And Councillor Vanderbeek? We got you. Okay. Thank you. That carries unanimously. On the report to approve the recommendations in the report, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by myself. Is there any discussion on the report? Seeing none, all in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so back to e-scooters. Item 9.2, regulation of e-scooters. I'd like to call upon Peter Toplovic, Program Manager for Sustainable Mobility, who has a staff presentation. Where's Peter? Just waiting for him to pop up here somewhere. Peter, are you there? Just getting connected? I'll see you in the list, actually.
Councillor Danko, it's Brian Hollingworth. I see Peter active at the moment, so I think he's just, because I was just talking to him a couple minutes ago, so I think he's just firing up. If not, I will step in.
I see him
Hello,
there.
am I,
There
can
we
you
go.
hear me?
We can hear you, Peter.
Yeah,
Can't see you, though.
unfortunately, my video has decided it doesn't want to work all of a suddenly, but I believe my presentation can share.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure why my video is all of a sudden stopped. My
Microsoft.
apologies for that, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Okay, well, I'll continue with faceless.
We've got your
so,
presentation.
Thank you. My name is Peter Topalovic, Program Manager of Sustainable Mobility and Transportation Planning. I'll be talking today about the regulation of scooters, which you've heard a lot about. I'll start with what is an e-scooter, which I think we're all becoming experts on. I'll talk about the current provincial regulations, practices in other jurisdictions, commercial operations, and next steps. So first, when we talked about the e-scooter, it obviously has generally two wheels and a platform in the middle where you stand on, and handlebars where you hold your hands on. When we say kick style, we mean that you kick with one foot before and to engage the electric motor. So you can see the man here kicking. As he pushes forward, the electric motor will engage and be limited to a speed of 24 kilometers an hour. Commercially speaking, we can obviously we heard from some commercial operators. We can operate e-scooters very similar to how we operate bike share and car share through app-based technology. In terms of the shared micromobility system in Hamilton, the kick style e-scooter would become part of that, which is highlighted here in red, along with the pedal bike and the e-bike. On the other side, we have moped style devices. These would not be part of micromobility, and these would be regulated by the MTO. And soon they'll be seen more as mopeds versus bikes and e-bikes and scooters. And so that's why we're making the distinction here. As you know, our bikes are allowed on bike lanes, roads, and most trails except where prohibited. Same with electric bikes. And the scooters that we're talking about today, and that's what's highlighted in yellow, we'll be determining more on that as I go through the presentation. In terms of what happened in the start of this year, the province of Ontario announced it would begin a 5-year pilot program, which would permit e-scooters on municipal roads throughout the province if a municipality passed a bylaw to opt in. And that's what this report is recommending. This bylaw can restrict where scooters operate, and that's what I'll talk about in the next few slides. In terms of other jurisdictions, there are about 125 commercial e-scooter programs operating in North America. More cities and states allow personal e-scooters to be operated, but in terms of commercial e-scooters, you see the dots in blue are the ones operating in the United States, and the ones in red are operating in Canada. So that includes Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, and Kelowna. But other regions have programs in the planning stage, for example, Waterloo and London. And as we heard today, commercial e-scooter operations were paused in Montreal for 2020. And also Toronto currently prohibits the use of e-scooters. And a staff report is recommending further measures to be put in place to ensure safe operations prior to the introduction of commercial e-scooters. We heard a lot about the benefits and challenges today. We talked about the benefits being, of course, reduced reliance on automobiles, a lot of support for that first last mile to transit, how you get to your bus, increased mobility convenience so that you have more mobility options is really important for encouraging more sustainable ways of getting around, reduced air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions impacts, just like we have with cycling and bike share, and enhanced safety measures in the new devices. So the programs that you've seen on the map previous slide have been around for 3 to 4 years now, and there's been an evolution of the e-scooter devices. So they include more safety measures, and they're getting more robust as a technology. The challenges remain, though, and we discussed today: user safety, pedestrian safety, parking on sidewalks and abandoning e-scooters, which are more related to commercial e-scooter operations, responsibilities for enforcement, again, more related to commercial e-scooter operations, a lack of clarity on liability and collision reporting, which is still more related to commercial e-scooter operations. And I should point out at this point that we're actually only recommending personal e-scooter operations today in this report, and we'll come back to council later on a report on commercial e-scooter operations. In terms of operating areas, these e-scooters would be permitted on all roads, on all street bike lanes, on multi-use paths adjacent to roadways, similar to how bikes are currently permitted, and also on some key trails that provide a community connection benefit that are sufficiently wide and routinely maintained and signed for the use of e-scooters. But we are taking a conservative approach, and today, if we approve the e-scooter recommendations, they will be banned on all sidewalks and pedestrian areas, and all parks, especially those that do not constitute a transportation connection. And we will look into the travel through parks on a case-per-case basis in consultation with the public and the councillor, if necessary and determined necessary, and then they will be signed on those routes. Again, we've been talking a lot about commercially operated e-scooters, but we will actually we're not recommending the use of those or a program on commercial e-scooters as of yet. Commercial e-scooter operations that are similar to bike share operations will be considered as a separate Public Works Committee meeting in the first quarter of 2021. If today e-scooters are permitted to be operated in the city, staff will then develop and recommend an operations framework for commercial e-scooter operations as part of an overall micromobility strategy that will take into account some of the additional concerns with commercial e-scooters and its integration with bike share. In terms of the recommendations before you, recommendation A is the opt-in that amends the bylaw to allow e-scooters to operate in the city. Recommendation B puts a hold on commercial operations until the framework is developed. Operation C regulates commercial e-scooters to ensure that they cannot be operated until the framework is in place. Recommendation E sets fines pertaining to e-scooters and to ensure that people are operating them in a safe manner. Recommendation F sets the rules for operations in parks, especially, e-scooter operations in parks, and in many cases where they will not be operated, and any exceptions on where they will be operated. And recommendation G discourages commercial operations and sets fines if a commercial operation would operate outside of the framework that's being developed. And finally, recommendation H is a report back to council on a strategy for regulating commercial operations of e-scooters and their integration with the bike share system, like I mentioned. Thank you very much. I can back to you, Mr. Chair.
There we go. Thanks, Peter. So I do have a speakers list. I have Councillors Farr, Pauls, Collins, and Jackson. So Councillor Farr, can you kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Glad he had the slideshow. I missed seeing him, but the audio worked for me. Pete, first off, I'll say the slide presentation, what I really liked on the recommendations is your little sidebar header section. We should see more of that. It sort of traces down each recommendation, just kind of gives the main thrust like that. Anyway, what you're missing though is item D. It might be a housekeeping amendment between now and council, depending on where we go. Now, that said, just to the recommendations first through you, Chair, essentially, we're not focusing on commercial e-scooters right now. We're focusing on local legislation and opting in for the most part. and creating those bylaws and better understanding where on parks and multi-use trails we would go, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, so here today, we're basically getting ahead of or getting on top of, if opting in, because the province has given us 5 years to give it a whirl, and doing all those necessary things to make sure we regulate and enforce accordingly. This geofencing that was talked about even prior to this meeting, but with a couple of our delegates today, is that a consideration moving forward as you look at, regulations? Should we pass this, that, it might not be too hard to swallow a bayfront trail, as an example, multi-use trail, if we know that the technology exists where we can bring the recommended 20K down to 10? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we are considering this for the commercial regulation of commercial e-scooters, and this has been used in many cities on that list of 125.
Through you, Chair, thanks. Good answer. The rep from Hamilton Cycling Committee wants us to complement rather than compete. It seems to me you're alluding to this. You have in the past. That's a priority, and you've alluded to it in your presentation too. But just for the record, through you, Chair.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. And that's partially why we're using the phased-in approach. And we came to you last meeting with the extension of the bike share contract and the ability to use any fees collected from e-scooter operations to mitigate any impacts to bike share. But also, this 2-year period of the phased approach will allow us to investigate, look at the data, and all the statistics that we can capture from both bike share and e-scooter to better understand the impacts and better understand how they complement each other, and make sure that we're designing a system in what we call the long-term system in 2023 to make sure that we've mitigated any impacts that we've learned and any data that we've collected in the next 2 years as part of the phased procurement approach.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the fact that we're focusing on using these revenues for bike share. That I consider to be, among the benefits, the environmental benefits, the last mile purposes, commuter purposes. But a contract revenue in this line might very much help us not have to endure another debate like we did some 6 months ago. And certainly that's a great example of a commitment to a synergy between the two. I heard a few councillors wondering about the e-scooters being mostly for entertainment. I thought I saw it in the report, but just in brief, Peter, the reasons vary. Entertainment's one of them, but there's a breakdown somewhere, is there not? Can you point me to it? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a lot of data, especially actually one that's not in the report, but from NACTO, showing how people use e-scooters, and they have very similar uses to bike share. One of the differences is that the bike share, especially with the station-based bike share, like we have hubs, they offer more predictability, so are used during commuting times more regularly, versus the e-scooters, which are more discretionary trips. So not just for entertainment, but also they're also being used to get around and to also be used to connect to transit. So they have various uses as well, but they have a market that's complementary, but they do have different users. Those who may not have any access to bike share yet or transit are actually getting into using micromobility as a gateway through scooters.
Sorry, Pete, through you, Chair. Is there a reference to a percentage breakdown on e-scooters and why we use them that you can refer me to?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I can show you the different data collected from various cities.
I'm curious.
And through NACTO.
Final question, just trying to understand recommendation G. Are we setting a price here for commercial vendors for the future, doing it now and getting ahead of it in advance, or is this a penalty per day? I don't know what I'm reading it. Through you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. It's just a penalty should a commercial operator operate not within the framework, then they would be subject to those fines. That isn't what the pricing would be for e-scooter operations through the framework. We're not expecting any rogue operations, but if they were to occur, these bylaws will effectively capture those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Farr. You've asked a lot of questions that I was going to ask, but I just want to, Peter, it's always nice to talk to you as well offline. I know you're a biker, but I wanted to ask you, how much would a scooter cost? If somebody says, I'll buy my own scooter once this is finalized, what's the price range? You know?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, that's a personal e-scooter that you would buy from the store?
Right.
You know, to be honest, I haven't looked into purchasing a personal e-scooter, so I'm not sure about the pricing. I don't want to make any assumptions. I assumed closer to the price of a bike, but I could stand corrected.
Okay.
Likely though, like in the low end of a bike, so cheaper than a high end bike.
And I'm glad that today we're just voting on opting in and not because we'll have 2 years to figure out. So I think it's a good idea. But I'm just wondering if we implement and you've defined out the people would rather probably buy them than rent them because they could bring them with them everywhere. That was one of my questions. That's why I asked that. But also, as I look, I know we said it's it's for transportation. But as I look at all the pictures of e-scooter, it seems like nobody's carrying anything. They're just going. And I'm wondering if they use it for transportation. Let's say I were to use one, but I have my briefcase. It's a lot harder, right, to use one of those, especially if I'm older. Is that, what do you think?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree that you would need a certain amount of ability to keep your balance and only be carrying, I would say, light materials. So it would limit your type of destination that you're going to. That's why I think we have a different market for who would use an e-scooter and who would use a bike share or e-bike and when they would do so. So certain errand runnings would be more akin to using a bike share bike versus the type of use you would use a e-scooter for.
Right.
And so there will be differences.
Yeah. And the last question is, I asked to one of the delegates, do you think by implement them, that we would see less people biking and more scooters?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that what we're predicting is there could be an impact to some operations, more to the bike share operations in the beginning, but over time, and I think one of the other speakers alluded to this, over time, what cities see is actually more people both cycling, but also using scooters and making more connections to transit. So over time, using micromobility and having shared micromobility systems overall complements your public transportation system and actually results in an overall larger use or a larger ecosystem of users using micromobility.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so I'm glad this is not a final decision. This is just to opt in, and then we have a couple of years to do good planning and alignment with the bikes and everything else. So thank you for that, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me
Yes.
okay? Super. Through you to Pete. Pete, I agree with Councillor Farr in terms of your presentation. It was great. I really did like how you put the sort of abbreviated version there in the recommendation. So that'd be great corporately if we could start to pick up on what you've presented here today, because I think it's terrific in terms of presentation skills. The other issue I wanted to raise was the whole issue of enforcement. And so I just want to be clear in terms of the recommendations that you put before us and where they would be permitted outside of bike lanes and areas on the street. So just in terms of city parks and off-road areas, can we be clear in terms of what that catchment area or geography includes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they would not be permitted on any of those other in other areas until we were to agree upon that and sign that specifically for e-scooters.
Okay, so we don't need to come forward today to say, not permitted in Gage Park or Confederation Park or any of those areas. If what we pass here today by opting in it gives the green light to come back with those areas that in the future will be no-go zones, if you want to call it that. And I think the market in Ottawa was an example through the presentations that were provided to us as an example of other municipalities designated certain areas as not eligible for e-scooter use. That comes at a later date, or today's our date to start having those discussions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we took the conservative approach of not allowing them on park trails or in parks at this time. And then we would actually come to council or to specific councillors at later times to allow areas where there is a community connection identified, and then they would be signed at that point. But today we're being very conservative and saying no to those areas until further notice.
Okay, so thank you for that. From an enforcement perspective, can I get an understanding in terms of how then the first phase of the rollout will be enforced? And so I use as an example complaints that we received from individuals, whether it's bike use or e-bike use on city streets or on sidewalks, which is a common complaint. Can you advise in terms of how that works with this first phase? Are we expecting the police to enforce, or will bylaw be a part of that as well?
I can take that, Peter, if you want.
Thank you.
It's Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. Through the chair to Councillor Collins, at a very high level, it will be similar to the way bicycles are enforced, whereas within parks that would be licensing and bylaw services, any matters related to traffic bylaws, operations on streets. Improper riding would be Hamilton Police Services. We've had several discussions with Parks Licensing and Bylaw Services and Hamilton Police Services. And we have also Monica and Leanne on the line to answer further questions, but that's the general approach.
Because in the past, and thanks for that, Brian, in the past, I've had to deal with the waterfront trail for all kinds of violations. And it was so much of a challenge in terms of by the time somebody gets down, if I use the beach strip as an example, from a geography perspective, it's, quite a distance from most patrol areas. And so to schedule that enforcement at times can be difficult. By the time somebody makes their way from one end of the trail to the other and the bylaw officer attends, they might be gone. And so I kind of need some assurances that there's proactive enforcement. I had to go to council this calendar year to ask to use area rating resources to enforce the trail. And this is prior to e-scooter implementation. So I can almost be certain that with the blessing that we provide today, there will be an element of people or a constituency who think that even though they're not permitted, that's the ideal location to visit and to try to use their new device. So I just need to know how we're proactively rather than just reactively going to patrol areas across the city to ensure that whatever limitations we're placing here today will be enforced without forcing the community or a councillor to come to the table to say, there's just not enough resources right now to assist with the violations.
Through the chair, it's Brian Hollingworth again, and I can ask Monica if she's on the line to speak. But noting also that right now we don't really have good tools for enforcement. The parks bylaw speaks generally to motorized vehicles. So one of the benefits of what we're doing here today is actually clarifying things like fines so we can enforce them. But Monica may have some other information to add.
I also see Director Leendertz on the.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it's Ken Leendertz, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services, and I know Monica's online as well. In all reality, we don't have the resources to proactively enforce this type of activity. We would be reactive at the best of times. Certainly in today's environment, we wouldn't, but we'd have to have specific people assigned. Now, it's certainly something if we went with the ambassador program, similar to we did in the Waterfront Trail last year, or what we do at Albion Falls, those members could actually be involved with proactive enforcement. But generally speaking, with the complement we currently have, proactive enforcement of this offense would not happen.
Thank you. Councillor, you're just over your 5 minutes, so if you have a follow-up, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, I think that's a problem for us. I mean, this is prior to the private introduction of services to the community, and if we're just dealing with the public component in terms of those who personally purchase it and then use it on city streets or illegally in areas they're not supposed to, I think it's a problem. So historically, it's been a problem. I think it's something that needs to be addressed. I'm going to raise it again when this comes back with the private operators. I'm not certain what other questions to ask today. I mean, it was a very blunt and honest answer, I think, that Ken has provided. And I think that there are still some shortcomings in terms of enforcement.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr.
Yep, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would have additional controls through the framework for commercial e-scooter operations to further work with them on prohibiting them in certain places, unlike we would have with personal e-scooters.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Peter, thank you for your presentation. A little bit nervous over this, similar to Councillor Collins's concerns about enforcement. Can I just a little more for my edification, please just understand, Peter, are most personal scooter users, are they more commuting or is it more recreational or is it a combination? Through you, Mr. Chairman, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is a combination of both that we understand, although certainly the uptake of commercial e-scooter operations is much larger than the uptake of personal e-scooter use, especially for more predictable trips like commutes as well.
Okay. Current and or anticipatory usage, if we opt in, Peter, like right now, 2%, 20%, 40%, would, be the type of users, current, future, any projections, Mr. Chairman, through you to Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, from our research with other cities, we would assume a small uptake to start, especially that they're not so proliferant, I guess you could say right now. There's not a high ownership of e-scooters today in households, but that would obviously rise over time.
Okay, last couple of questions. The cyclists, of course, where they're commuting to and from, can make connections with our HSR system, and a number of our buses have the ability to attach the bicycles to the front of the buses. Would the scooters be similar, Peter, through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you had a personal device and you were to bring it on, I believe you'd fold it up and bring it on with you. I do not think it could fit currently in that bike rack in front of the bus. You would fold the arm, the bar that sticks out, the handlebar.
Yes.
You fold that, yeah. And commercial scooters would be left in place. They would not come on the bus with you at all.
Okay. Last two quick questions, Mr. Chairman. For sure, Peter, there's no use. They're illegal to be used on city sidewalks, correct? I don't even want to open a little crack in the door on this, whatever, for my seniors, for pedestrians, for families, kids and buggies, whatever the case is, using sidewalks. Through you, Mr. Chairman, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's absolutely correct.
Lastly, you heard some concern from some of the delegates, coexistence with cyclists, like the bi-directional bicycle lanes on Bay, on Cannon, being constructed elsewhere, now on Hunter. Again, Peter, any thoughts of the practical and safe coexistence with cyclists? And that's my last question, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would actually encourage the e-scooters to use those types of facilities where they're protected from other forms of traffic in order to increase the safety for all the road users. And they're generally traveling at similar speeds in the 20-kilometer-an-hour range. So they're appropriately mixing together.
Interesting. Happy dappy people together, getting from point A to B. Good luck to the cyclists and the scooters. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, we have Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter, I too want to say thank you for the excellent presentation, as always. A number of my questions have been asked about, taking them on the buses. And I just want to reiterate the concern with the trails. I've had several emails from residents, and it's more seniors. And the question was asked is, how can we allow seniors only to ride these on the trails? I don't believe there is such a way to do that, but I'm just going to throw it out to you if you have any thoughts, or this is part of your review as you move forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to interpret your question, only allowing seniors to use the e-scooters on the paths. From my understanding, that yes, through you, Mr. Chair, from my understanding, that would be difficult to say who can and cannot use. But with the e-scooter operations, if we were to choose to accept that framework, we could speed limit the e-scooters to an example, the speed limit of the trail, 15 kilometers an hour, and perhaps people could use those e-scooters to take on the trail. But we would have to rectify that in the development of our framework for e-scooter operation, commercial e-scooter operations.
And that would only be for commercially supplied e-scooters, because we couldn't limit speed on personally owned devices, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We cannot limit personally. Well, besides the actual limit, which is 24 kilometers an hour.
Right, thank you. And another question, and because I'm reading this, I mean, they're obviously electric. They have to be charged. Is that correct, or is it a rechargeable battery?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they are rechargeable batteries. Some are you plug in the device to recharge, and some you can swap out the battery and swap in a new one.
Do you anticipate? Sorry.
Pardon me, sorry, that you'd swap out the battery, but they're still rechargeable batteries. There's no disposable batteries being used in these devices.
Okay, thank you for that. But do you anticipate at any time that we'll be asked to provide charging stations similar to cars now, where we have charging stations in several areas of our city facilities?
Through the chair, as an overall micromobility strategy, it does make sense to provide charging facilities, especially for commercial e-scooter operations, which would facilitate more effective charging and less balancing needs for both e-bikes and e-scooters in the future.
So that's going to be part of your review when going forward, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We would like to review sort of the stations and hubs that we have and how they can be used for e-vehicle infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, the question I have for Peter, I never thought about this for a while, but we have a cycling committee. We have stakeholder committees right around the table. So when you're doing consultation, who represents the riders? Who's the stakeholder you're talking to?
Through the chair, did you see the riders of the e-scooter? Just to clarify, the riders of the e-scooters.
No, I'm moving right to the challenge. So when we're, which I support, by the way. Again, I have to make this clear in front of meetings because some media like to take things out of context. So let's make it clear. I support the direction we're going, but I'm now an accountability, transparency point of view, ensuring that all stakeholders are involved in these processes. And we do a pretty good job on the cycling side, and now we're introducing another component with the scooters. We're not there yet. We're having that conversation now. But the other constant here that is well established is that majority of people in this community drive vehicles. And the whole issue about safe commuting is the other issue. There's implications and impacts on some of the decisions we make or experiences we have. So my question to our very progressive and very good departments is, who are we consulting with in the context of the auto ridership?
Through you, Mr. Chair, obviously we consult broadly to the public in terms of anyone who would like to comment on these types of initiatives. We also work with a variety of different partners when we do consultations, including those representing transit and organizations like the Automobile Club, as well as other cycling organizations, and those who are involved in micromobility, which is a broad sector of different organizations now, because micromobility is expanding and dovetails on in the car share shared use mobility space as well.
So here's the reason I'm asking the question. And I think we should have the whether it's the, what is called the automotive representation there, because my concern is I hear a lot in the context of blind spots, for example, visibility. So it's not anti-car or anti-bike or scooter or all the mobility or micro processes we're evolving, because this is part of the evolution. But we never hear the perspective of what impacts from a safety point of view some of the very things we have. And I'm going to ask this question even a scooter, because again, it's all about visibility. So if they come scooting out of cars turning left, they look, there's no one there, even with bicyclists, by the way. And you're turning left into a driveway. They've done their check. They go to turn, bang, they're hit. And this has been investigated, by the way, so I got really good data on this. There is no opportunity and chance if we don't create some regulatory or some kind of visibility or some kind of standard. This is a blind spot that will continue unless we find a solution. So when we bring in new elements like, for example, right now we're talking about scooters, I was talking about the helmets being part of the solution on the visibility side. What do you think about that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think in terms of, I heard you mention on your last comments about a light that's attached to the helmet. If that's what you're referring to, or other types of things that we can do with helmets. I don't know if we don't necessarily have the tools to require that, but I think it's an important point that not just your helmet, but all the clothing you're wearing being reflective, not just at night, but during the day. And that's part of an important education. And that also applies not only to e-scooter operators, but also those using bikes as well, to be reflective. The other thing that we learned in training, and we would like to get that training out to more people, is that you need to, both drivers and the operators of the bikes, also pedestrians and e-scooter operators, should make eye contact with each other and use signals in order to acknowledge each other that turns are happening, etc. And that's something that you do get through training, but what we understand is that a lot of cities have required additional training of e-scooter operators through commercial e-scooter programs, that they would get more training on these kinds of things like reflectivity, hand signals, and a nonverbal eye communication with various road users.
I appreciate that. I guess my main concern is that the major stakeholder, the most significant stakeholder in the context of our road systems is the driver, is the automobile, is the bus, whatever, but it's the road. And we don't have anyone representing that industry. So how do we know from the perspective of a driver, the things we're doing, where some of the challenges are, if we don't have that voice at the table? And so I'm just trying to understand how we can have that voice. So we are truly creating a safe environment for all users of the roadway.
Through the chair, I think we could, especially as we move into the framework for commercial e-scooter operations, we can have a broad range of people being engaged, especially just the general public who drive. But also, I think another important tool for us will be to learn from the experience of the other 125 cities who have documented issues between both cyclists, e-scooter operators, or e-scooter users, and drivers, because that's really important data. And I think that you're referring to some of that, and we need to incorporate that into our analysis.
I appreciate it. I just don't want to miss anything on safety. And if, like I said, if drivers are complaining about blind spots or other issues are presented from the evolution that we're trying to create, the biggest complaint I'm getting is they're not at the table. They don't have advocates. They don't have a cycling committee or an auto committee or a driver committee. So they're, other than scattered voices, but not unified voices, we are sort of ad hocing it on the biggest users of our roads. All I'm suggesting in this conversation is when we're looking at these great new initiatives, we should always remember that the major user of our roadway is the automobile. And that's our constituents. And we should have, there's organizations who represent that industry and look at road safety. They should be at our table. And I don't know why they're not. So I wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on regulation of e-scooters? I'm not seeing anybody in the speakers list. Anybody here? Not seeing any. Okay, so need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by myself. All in favor? Councillor Pauls has drifted out of her frame. We got it. Okay, thank you. That passes unanimously. On the report to remove the, to approve the recommendations, need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by myself. All in favor? Thank you, and that passes unanimously. And just a quick note on 9.2, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities had formally requested that this report be forwarded to them and for their review and comment as well. That was passed this request was approved at GIC on November 4th, and I've been informed that the clerk has done that. So this report has been officially provided to the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities.
I was dealing with the Integrity Commissioner, and it was 5 minutes.
Thank you. On Councillor Whitehead, you're not, there we go. On to 9.3 is the Shidok Watershed Improvement Evaluation. So I'm going to call on Mark Bainbridge, Director of Water and Wastewater, for his presentation. Director Bainbridge.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, my name is Mark Bainbridge, the Director of Planning and Capital for Hamilton Water. And I have a presentation for you on our Shidok Water Quality Improvement study. And I'm going to just see if I can get that screen shared here for all of you to see. Is that popping up yet?
Not seeing it yet.
It says share content. There we go. Is that changing here?
Yep, just waiting for it to, there we go.
How are you in there?
I can see the slides.
That should be in full screen mode now.
I don't know if it's frozen or if it's just waiting to click over.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Alicia Davenport from Clerks. Mark, in the display settings that you have open there, if you're able to click swap, or just, so if you go back to where you were.
Back to where I was.
So if you just click from beginning, up in the menu bar there, perfect.
Is that not working? Nothing's changing on my side here, but I have it projecting.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, this is Alicia. No, it's not going back into full screen. Did you press the from beginning button there?
Yes. Yep.
And nothing's happening on your, oh, there we go. So now that you're in this display, you're still not in full screen. If you navigate up to the top and open the drop-down menu under display settings.
Yep.
And swap presenter view and slideshow. There you go.
There we go.
Very good. Okay, does that look good now?
That looks great.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Sorry for the small delay there. So yes, I'm going to provide an overview, an update for the Shadok Watershed Improvement Evaluation, the study that we've been doing for a little while now, and we'll get started on these slides. So as a result of some of the extensive work we've been doing, we have, and just as an overview, a fairly extensive collection system across the city for wastewater handling and treatment. The green area there is our combined sewer shed, and the pink area represents the separated sewer shed. And you can see our main treatment plants in the with the diamonds there, the Dundas plant in the west, and the Woodward wastewater treatment plant in the east. The City of Hamilton has participated within the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan process as a key partner for many decades, and we have collaboratively implemented many projects under the RAP objective for many years, largely addressing point source issues. Over the last 40 years, hundreds of millions of proactive investments have been made to benefit the environment. And some of the projects you can see there on the right-hand column, we have over 300 million liters of storage in 9 CSO capture facilities, representing a $90 million investment over time. These facilities are located generally along the waterfront between the Dundas plant and the Woodward plant, with the exception of some of the facilities located in the Red Hill Valley that extend to the south of the Woodward plant. Historically, Council has supported these and other investments, and collectively we can capture billions of liters of wastewater annually, depending on the climate patterns that come through our city. In 2018, we estimate that 6.2 billion liters of material was captured by this complex of 9 CSO tanks. In addition, we've been working on real-time control systems within the collection system across the city, spending about $16 million there on phases 1 and 2. Phase 2 is currently in design. Phase 1 is totally complete. Wastewater treatment upgrades. So we have invested in the wastewater treatment plant, and certainly now you can see all the activity at the wastewater treatment plant with the upgrade that's going on there. But many upgrades have happened in a smaller sense at that main facility that treats the vast majority of wastewater flows for the city of Hamilton. CSO monitoring and feasibility studies have been ongoing as well. We regularly interact with academic and other agencies to provide support for wastewater system investigation studies, as well as environmental protections. Our cross-connection program you've likely heard of as well in the past, where we have staff dedicated to identifying cross-connections that have a negative impact on local waterways. And the study I want to talk more about here this afternoon is the Shadok Watershed and Water Quality Evaluation that we are working on. So here you can see the project boundary. After the discovery of the Shadok Creek event in 2018 and the subsequent initial response and all the efforts that have been made to comply with the first set of orders related to that event, In February 2020, Council requested that we review potential solutions to address water quality issues and report back with the results. And one of the key things there was to collaborate and have conversations with the Royal Botanical Gardens as the landowners or the water owners for Coutts Paradise. This is an update on that work, which has been undertaken this year with a talented team of staff as well as external consultants. We have two partnering companies, actually three partnering companies with us on that particular project. The graphic shows the study area with the 403 in the west, the Lincoln Alexander to the south, and various other areas of interest that we were aware of, including opportunities like the Chedoke Golf Course and obstacles like urban areas and the local rail yards. The objectives of this particular study, that was a slide that slipped through. The objectives of this particular study were to develop a series of solutions that will improve water quality in the watershed, contributing to Coutts Paradise. Solutions have ranged in complexities and implementation timelines, and I'll show you some of the preliminary conclusions, as well as shorter term solutions that are simpler but have more immediate impacts. We engage both internal and external stakeholders in order to facilitate a full range of ideas and options in the long list, and we have a long list of stakeholders that we've engaged. Technically, we are evaluating solutions with the objective criteria that I'll kind of identify to you how we evaluated options and ensure that recommendations are practical and actionable and will produce meaningful results within the watershed. So here we have a slide. You can see Chedoke Creek, a view of that on the left. Everything that we have done under this project is intended to be complementary to the long-term efforts that have been done under the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan program. So we are working in concert with those overall objectives, with great efforts being made to address point sources. Significant improvements in the harbor have been seen and expected to continue improving as a result of some of those major point source projects that are completed and ongoing, completed in CSO tank programs and ongoing with Randall Reef and Woodward, but many other projects as well. Non-point sources now are a key focus, and you may remember this focus being identified to you in 2016 or to Council in 2016 by John Hall, the coordinator of the RAP process. It's estimated that over the last 20 years, we've already invested $52 million directly in projects that have an influence over Chedoke Creek and Coutts Paradise, so specifically with improvements that contribute to water quality in Chedoke Creek and Coutts Paradise. And we're looking at stormwater, the non-point source contributions, and it's estimated to contribute more than 90% of the average year's phosphorus loading. So you can see those charts, there are those pie circles. So on the left, there's the average contributions of non-point source total phosphorus loadings. And you can see the majority of that, 90%, comes from stormwater loadings, everything that runs off of the watershed and concentrates down in the local waterways. In terms of CSO directly, that's a 5% contribution under average conditions. But when we go to peak conditions, you can see the chart on the right-hand side. The relationships change. Stormwater is still a major component, but now CSO also becomes a competing component. So you can see that 40 to 60% split between CSO and stormwater contributions, delivering total phosphorus to the waterways. And the team has worked on that and generated those pieces of data for the project, and is using that as part of their guides for how we come up with solutions. Here's just a rough project timeline. This is the general project layout according to the simple timeline. Here, the project officially started on September 21st, 2020. And soon after that, a site visit with the Royal Botanical Gardens was undertaken. We had direct contributions, inputs, conversations, and connections with RBG as a partner on this project. The background review phase was undertaken over September and October, solution development through October and November, strategic evaluation through November and December, and solution refinement currently for development of an implementation strategy and finalization of recommendations, which will occur through December here and into January. Various workshops and meetings were part of each step of the process as we moved through a very logical and data-driven technical process. So here's a photograph on the left also of Shadoke Creek in some of the upper end there from Coots Paradise and the project team on site. The lower left corner there shows that photograph with RBG staff, with our consulting staff, with our own city staff to learn more and understand about the creek and Coots Paradise in order to help understand what issues exist and what might be the most beneficial improvements that can be planned. So I really want to recognize our internal staff team, Manny Siraj and Christina Cholkin. They're doing a fantastic job on behalf of the city and moving this project forward very effectively. Our project team includes that expertise from GM Blue Plant, Gemma Consultants, and Wood Group Canada, providing a very wide breadth of expertise in many areas, including environmental engineering, wastewater infrastructure, constructability expertise, and strategic planning. So this well-rounded group also included external stakeholders that were part of this work, including the RBG, conservation authorities, Environment Hamilton, RAP representatives from the RAP office, as well as BARC and federal and provincial representatives from transportation and fisheries. So there's our timeline, there's our milestone list. The kickoff was September 21st, as I mentioned, and the site visit on September the 25th. Background reviews included a set of over 80 documents that many of them were thankfully contributed from external stakeholders. October 27th, we had stakeholder workshops in which the project objectives were introduced, and we solicited feedback and comments from our external partners. And then we had, subsequent to that, internal workshops, as well as a compilation of draft program frameworks, and a presentation externally on December the 2nd to provide our external partners with a idea of where the draft recommendations are moving towards. The process here is basically a process of screening, then evaluation, and then prioritization. That evaluation process included a cost and a life cycle evaluation, which included both capital and operations and maintenance cost that the city may have to accommodate in the future when projects are constructed. Timelines for how long it takes to plan and construct, implement, and that was factored in terms of how long it would take to put programs in place to see those water quality objectives positively influenced. Implementation, so we looked at site accessibility, other required studies, and permitting requirements for the projects and what would be needed there. Land ownership played into the evaluation to ensure we have opportunities on land that's accessible to us. benefits. So definitely a core requirement of evaluation here to identify what the benefits of any particular project would be, and how significant of an influence it would have over the watersheds. And looking at the visibility of you know, the projects themselves, and how the public would perceive them as well. The recommendations moving forward are classified into groupings. We have near-term capital projects and long-term capital projects, being shorter than or longer than 3 years. You can see a list there of some of those near-term projects that have more quickly implementable solutions. The Highway 403 trunk sewer twinning, which allows us to reduce pressure on the existing collection system. That's ongoing. One phase of that project's already done, but there's 4 phases in order to get that large project functional to have and make a difference in the watershed. So that's a parallel trunk sewer that would parallel the existing sewers that go along the 403 corridor. Rehabilitation of the 403 storm pipe from K-Drage Park, that's a contributor to that Chute Creek area. Treat runoff from the Chute Golf Course. So the Chute Golf Course has a lot of benefits that we could see possibly utilized in the future for treatment and ponding of stormwater. And 403 water quality improvement itself. So looking at the 403 and the materials that it provides through drainage off of a roadway where we have traffic traveling along, and lots of pollutants that can accumulate on the highway itself. Longer term, under the Capital Works banner. So these are all capital works type initiatives under that category. We see that Class EA studies are going to be necessary for a lot of the things that we would do that affect the waterway. Sewer separation, so on the lower and upper Chute Creek, an EA process will be likely necessary. And in addition, sewer separation and inlet controls. So we are doing sewer separation and studying sewer separation and inlet controls across the city. And we are seeing that they will have an impact on this area as well of the watershed in Chute Creek. Expansion of storage and conveyance capacity. So is there any opportunities that we can expand our storage capacity? We have over 300 million liters of existing storage capacity, and is there something more we can add to this particular area to help out? And expansion of the leachate collection system, ensuring that our K-Drage Park landfill, closed landfill, that is on the east side of the 403, is properly treating all of the leachate that is located at that old landfill. So these are also near and long-term solutions, less than or greater than 2 years, but these are operational. So this category is the operational elements that we can put forward as ideas. CSO monitoring and real-time control. So those are ongoing. Our operations teams are doing great work there, and our capital teams are looking at implementing phase 2 real-time control strategies to benefit Cootes Paradise and Chute Creek. Inspection and repair on the tanks and the sewers themselves. So implementing improvements in inspection and repair programming. Continue the cross-connection program that's ongoing right now, but continuing to seek those opportunities. Enhanced street sweeping. So again, a lot of pollutants can be sourced from roadways. And if we clean that off before it gets washed off into our waterways, then we can get some advantage there. So some fairly easy things, shorter term things that can be considered. Longer term, under O&M programming, inflow and infiltration monitoring, so stopping the surcharge of wastewater systems from inflow and infiltration that gets into a sewer pipe and causes excess pressure and potentially overflows downstream. enhancing inflow and infiltration program management. So, implementing those things that allow us to both find out where I&I is coming from, as well as figure out solutions for how to mitigate it. Improvement in snow management programming. So again, stormwater systems and pipes take snow melt that can be heavily polluted, and enhance the 403 and city road salt management programs. A lot of our waterways are the recipient of the materials that we put on roadways to manage winter conditions. So policy is the third and final area of implementation recommendations that we evaluated and are coming forward with ideas and future recommendations or shortlisted recommendations. Engaging residents and stakeholders of the city to ensure that people understand the implications of what goes down the storm drains, hits the natural waterways. Enhancing stormwater management policies for development and development sites, controlling things on sites as best as we can, and preventing them from flowing downstream. Low impact development. So basically, this is identified in road construction projects, but we know that green infrastructure strategies and low impact development is going to have to be part of our strategies moving forward. To make improvements in the waterways, and so number 4 here is also general LID policy and a stormwater user rate. So building in LID into generically across the city, as well as most definitely for our road construction projects. And a lot of these things are all going to take financing that is not readily available now. And so the recommendation of stormwater user rate will be a key element in terms of providing a sustainable way forward to undertake all of these new changes within this watershed and potentially across other watersheds in the city of Hamilton. Wet weather flow policy for separated sewer areas. So looking at the separated storm areas as well, the newer areas of the city, and putting in policy for managing wet weather flows and ensuring that we have that we don't have things like downspout connections where we get inflow of rainwater from properties. So our program and our project is expecting to be completed in February of 2021. And then next steps include refinement of the proposed solutions based on feedback from external workshops and the great input we've got from our stakeholders. Preparation of the summary report and presentation of the final suite of recommendations during the final internal workshop number 2. But that generally gives you the classifications of where these solutions are coming from under capital and policy and operations and maintenance. And we'll be continuing to refine those down and develop more details around them. So with that, I appreciate the time that you've provided us to explain where we are so far. And I'll turn that back to you, Mr. Chair, for any questions.
Thank you, Director Bainbridge. So I have 2 speakers on the list, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Jackson. Just wait till you close your presentation, and then Councillor Ferguson, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark, thank you for the update. On slide 4, it was an interesting slide with the pie charts, but what is TP?
Total phosphorus. So that's our phosphorus contribution.
Oh, okay. I had no idea what TP stood for. So
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
phosphorus.
Yes,
Is that the single biggest contaminant that's going into Coutts Paradise now?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question, Councillor. Phosphorus is a primary element of concern because it drives the algae and biological growth within the natural system. So when we consider harmful algal blooms and and algae that grows and constricts the waterways. It causes all kinds of problems and reduces dissolved oxygen for fish and other aquatic habitat wildlife. So phosphorus is a key driver to the health of the watershed. It's not the only parameter, most definitely, but it is a key one that's driving things, and certainly one that the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan focuses on most directly.
Okay, and back in February, Public Works and ultimately Council directed Public Works to meet with the RBG to review what they've now got approved in their 25-year long-range plan, which is the fixed rate at the mouth of Chouteau Creek, because the Chouteau Creek has been high in contaminants for decades, if not centuries, but certainly decades. And they come up with the recommended solution, which is bioregeneration right at the mouth to clean the water before it goes back into Cootes Paradise, which they own. And Public Works staff were directed to meet with them and review this. Is that on your list as part of this report that's coming back in February?
It is on the list. It's not identified as a specific project just yet in terms of the information that I showed directly this afternoon here. It's captured under what is a long-term capital project. So I think I can certainly assure you that we have had direct conversations with the RBG. We're completely aware of their strategic plan. We understand the nature of what they have developed to provide improvement in aeration for the Chouteau Creek, the lower Chouteau Creek in particular. So we have that information. And we've wrapped that up into a long-term capital project item that is identified as undertaking more Class EA studies. There's no way that we can move forward with a project like that without having done an EA study to further study it. And in addition, right now, what we see is something that's put forward as a concept only. So we don't have any details in particular about how that would be implemented, whether it's possible due to the depth of water. The creek is very shallow, and an aeration system would definitely need to have a certain minimum quantity of water. And there's a lot of other details that we're unaware of. So as a concept, we're aware of it, but it definitely needs more exploration to see if it's possible to implement in that location and what benefits it would provide in the long term.
Okay, because the plan I saw, had rocks in the creek to roll the water to get more oxygen and an aerator, but mostly it was the planting material that they put in at the mouth, because it's a planting material that would live in the water and in fact feeds off of phosphorus and feeds off of E. coli to clean the water. And it looked appealing to me. I'm anxious to see how you experts view it. And so it sounds like we're not going to see that in February because it's still at the very preliminary stages. Because it worries me when I look at something like slide 9. What we're doing is stuff what you're proposing in the near and the long term is stuff we're already doing, whether it's the trunk sewer twinning, treating the golf course. I mean, it absorbs a lot of moisture because of all the grass in there. But if you look at slide 10, the preliminary priorities were to CSO monitoring and real-time control phase implementation. Well, we've been doing that for quite a while. Inspection and repair of the tanks, continued cross-connection programming. We've been working on that for decades too. And enhanced street sweeping. And we bought all new dust removal street sweepers that are now in our fleet to do that. So I don't see anything a step change for Chouteau Creek to try to clean it up after our experience. Now, I hope we never see another 24 billion liters of material go to that site, particularly when we got belts and suspenders now. We not only got the SCADA system, but we also got full-time employees checking that on a regular basis. But I was hoping to see something really new that would clean the Chouteau Creek, which ultimately would clean Cootes Paradise. And so far, I haven't seen it, but quite possibly I'll see it in February when you come back with your report. But slide 10 just looks like stuff we're already doing and have been doing for quite some time. That was a comment. I don't think there's a question there unless Mark wants to comment on it. But it's just an observation by listening to the presentation.
Yes.
Just over your 5 minutes, Councillor. So Mark, if you want to address that.
Yes, certainly through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. There certainly is more work to be done, and there are pieces of this that we have referred to that are identifying things that we want to ensure are ongoing. But there are some, in particular, the capital works. Treatment of runoff at the Chedoke Golf Course in particular is an opportunity that's completely brand new thinking. Applying devices or measures by which we look at the 403 runoff, the transportation corridor that generates a lot of pollutants, and the EA studies, I think, are ones that'll get into more of the details. I know the conversations have been had around the what we could do directly in the water, floating vegetation and aeration systems. There's favor for increasing aeration in one way or another, or using biological measures by which we improve treatment, but those have to be further refined, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chairman Danko and Director Bainbridge. I've always enjoyed our conversations and very impressed always with your knowledge. Thanks for your presentation. So, Mark, quite bluntly here, this is all good stuff. This is a recap of the work the city has done over the years with the Chedoke watershed. So does the authority above us, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, are they aware of this, Mr. Chairman, through you to Director Bainbridge? Because after all, they told us in the last week or two that our do-nothing approach was unacceptable. They declined it, and it made it sound like the optics of it was that the city of Hamilton isn't doing much or won't be doing much in the future with the do-nothing approach. So in both sincerity and a little bit of dripping sarcasm, Mark, not towards you, is all of this information of this presentation before the level of authority that it needs to be at, please, being the ministry? Through you, Chairman Danko.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have definitely engaged with the ministry, but primarily the Ministry of Transportation as a result of the transportation corridor that runs through the area. So I think when it comes to the Ministry of Environment, we would be looking towards some more refined concrete conclusions to present them with. This work was intended to be a little bit more proactive and wider reaching than just the downstream area of Chedoke Creek that was impacted by the spill. So the provincial representation we've connected with so far is the Ministry of Transportation for Ontario.
So Mark, subsequent, why wouldn't you also, and tell me if the protocol, if I'm misguided, tell me, Mr. Chairman, why wouldn't you also make the chock full of this great information available to MECP as well about the work on the Chedoke watershed? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, definitely. It's a good point to be made. I think we're in the development side of things, so we were looking for inputs directly from those that have contributions to pollutants and ownership of lands around Chedoke Creek. But I think downstream, as we get towards the latter end of this project, the conclusions as they're refined, we can share with them to the Ministry of Environment. That would be the expectation and intent. Yeah.
Well, Mark, I would humbly suggest, and again, internally, you and Director Grice and GM McKinnon know best, but we've got an order to comply with by January 22nd. I would humbly suggest this report be part of that response. Mark, on costs, Director Grice told us when we approved the rates budget, Mr. Chairman, that $3 to $4 million has been now set aside, earmarked for the improvements, rehabbing of Chedoke Creek and Coots Paradise. Is that the type of cost you're looking at as well, or is there additional costs, or are you unaware at this time? Through you, Mr. Chairman, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm unaware of new costs at the moment. Those original estimates are the best I have, unless Andrew, you're aware of something else.
So through the chair, maybe I can just jump in. So to go back to your previous comment, Councillor Jackson, so the ministry is aware at a high level that this study is underway. I've had lots of conversations with the new manager at the ministry, Mr. Stephen Burt. He certainly referenced this in our discussions talking about the director's order, and he is aware that this is ongoing in the background. But yes, we will be sitting down with them to share more detailed information as we get it. But they are aware that this is ongoing. In terms of cost, Councillor Jackson, you are correct. We do have the $3 to $4 million earmarked. And when I was in front of you for budget day, I was talking about that being for some of the low-hanging fruit. So on the list that Mark just went through, there are some relatively simple things and there are some that are more complex. So we'd be looking to use those dollars to implement some of these simpler solutions immediately while we do the long-term planning and design for some of the larger work. So at the end of the day, there will be additional requests for capital dollars for some of these larger initiatives, but certainly we can tackle some of the small stuff with that money that is earmarked in our budget for the next couple of years.
Thanks, Senior Director, for the reassurance. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, through you to Director Bainbridge, Mark, I'm sorry if I'm going to keep asking this repeatedly, because once you're gun shy and you've been and you have experienced something unfavorable, you want to make sure going forward it doesn't happen again. Is the Royal Botanical Gardens on side with what you're doing here and what you're proposing to do? You referenced them, but I want to hear beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are walking with us as partners, and not the last couple of years what I heard about, well, they didn't know, they wish they knew, they're not sure, they'll do their own response to the ministry, etc. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and that's my last question. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they're definitely part of our process. They're walking with us as partners. We've solicited the information that they have to contribute, all the data and studies. That they're great partners that have lots of information. And in terms of the outcomes of this, we've done preliminary presentations to them in terms of some of the items that we have on the list for options in the future. But we still have to refine that down and complete the final reporting. But we will continue to have them well informed as we move forward, and we'll know what their perspective is as we have those conversations.
Thanks, Director Bainbridge. I await those public statements with great anticipation. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have a question, and then that'll be followed by Councillor Wilson, who's joining committee this afternoon. Actually, I got to hand the chair over. Councillor Marula is not here. Councillor Ferguson, if you're available, take the chair for a moment. He's on the phone. Anybody want to step in? Councillor Nan?
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, Mark. So in the presentation, we talked about some of the costs, and I just want to pick up on the costs that Councillor Jackson had raised in terms of some of the low-hanging fruit. I heard 3 to 4 million, and some of those big capital projects, decoupling the combined system, building some sort of treatment system at the mouth of Chouteau Creek being some pretty significant long-term capital expenses. And also through the rate budget, we saw that right now we're not investing in the stormwater system to the same rate that is recommended. So in terms of financing some of those costs, right now the only option that we have on the table is to add those costs to the user rate for long-term capital. But I also saw in your presentation a recommendation to go towards a stormwater rate. Can you explain why that specifically is one of the recommendations?
Certainly, Councillor, through the chair. There's certainly a focus on the lower Chouteau Creek when it comes to the interest of the RBG and the response to the main King CSO tank event. But this study looked at the watershed more broadly. So I think when we refer to the 3 to 4 million, we're talking specifically about actions that really are focused on the lower Chouteau Creek and really attuned to addressing the acute issue. But this proactive study really was more than that. It was looking at the things we can do across the broader watershed to further improve the source of water that's going into that system, and really get to the source issues of higher and better water quality. So if we are to do that, that's going to come with larger resource needs. Resources that typically aren't in our portfolio right now, and the stormwater rate is something that can address that and provide the financing that's necessary to do these additional tasks that are, arguably important and big benefits to the larger Chouteau Creek system, not just the downstream water channel.
Thank you. And we've the last thing that we want to do is increase rates that are being charged to residential taxpayers, whether that's through their water rate or through a stormwater fee. And in particular, a stormwater rate, user rate, would more so shift the cost onto those that are inputting stormwater into the system. Is that part of the point of that recommendation?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. It's a rate that would be focused specifically on stormwater and all of the issues associated with stormwater runoff and the contaminants and pollutants that it contains.
Thank you. My last question, I think, is to Director Grice. So this council had directed staff to proceed with developing a framework for a stormwater management fee. We've already seen one report come back with some kind of preliminary fees where that would look like if we took stormwater off of the rate budget and had a dedicated fee. And I believe the next phase of that direction is to come back with some of the low impact development recommendations and mitigation measures. So could I just get an update as to where we are on our stormwater management reports that are coming back to Public Works Committee?
Sure. So through the chair, we have received additional direction as part of our budget day to look at some of the gaps in our stormwater program, both from an operational as well as a long-term planning and implementation perspective. So that is something that we are working on, and that is not just a Hamilton Water initiative. I would say we are driving the bus on that, certainly, but there are inputs from our colleagues in planning as well as a number of other stakeholders in Public Works. That will lay out what we are currently doing, what we are not doing, as well as the associated risks with that. And that will really probably set the framework for us to continue the discussion about what a framework might look like. When we were in front of committee in December of 2019 with the last stormwater rate framework, there was some good discussion about land size use as well as LIDs and incentives. So there has been a lot of work going on in the background to evaluate that program and what that may look like, especially for our ICI sector, because as you were alluding to earlier, they can have a big contribution to our stormwater system. So those have been baked in and are now ready for next steps should we choose to go there.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had, so I'll take the chair back. And if there's no further questions from committee, I will go to Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Danko. Just two quick comments. Thank you for that last series of questions on stormwater management. Just to Mark and Andrew and the Hamilton Water team, I just want to say and share this with members of committee that, in my opinion, this approach holds a real promise for substantial change in the future of the city. It could bring about a blueprint for the necessary change, which will enable us to respond to the compromised condition of many of our freshwater creeks, and certainly that of Cootes Paradise. But as the last line of questioning revealed, we will need a sustainable, predictable way to pay for it. And in the absence of stormwater management fees, those resources are not budgeted for and they're not available. So I'm just very enthusiastic about this approach, and I'd like to thank Mark and his team and Andrew. But to be sure, if we're serious about this and is serious about playing a role and taking responsibility for this, we have to extend our scope from just downstream to our upstream points and those phosphorus loadings, and we need a way to pay for it. So thank you again. I really appreciate this presentation very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this presentation? Not seeing any. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Nan. All in favor? Thank you. And then on the report. All right. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pauls, and Councillor Whitehead. We need Councillor Whitehead has wandered off. Councillor Pauls has wandered off. Oh, there's Councillor Whitehead. So we just need, there we go. That carries, thank you. So the report, just real quick before we vote on the report for me, the students at Redeemer College, Redeemer University, have done a really thorough study of the upstream contaminants in Chouteau Creek. I'm going to be sitting on a presentation from them tomorrow. I'm just wondering if it would be something that this committee would be interested in hearing from the professor, Backler, and his students as a presentation. So I don't know, LC Davenport, is that something we need to put in motion, or they can just request a delegation? Sorry
Through you, Mr. Chair. This is Alicia Davenport from Clerks. It would be most appropriate for them to submit a delegation request, and I can certainly connect with them to assist with that.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. So on the report then, Councillor Whitehead.
Mr. Chairman, it was an information report. We've already voted to receive it. What do you want on the report now?
This is a motion to receive the report. So we've received the presentation, then we got to receive the report.
Oh, okay, I'll move it.
Okay. And Councillor Whitehead, did you want to speak to the report? Sorry, you're still on mute, Councillor.
The system's not allowing me to ask questions. So sorry I had to wave. Your comments, I loved your comments about Redeemer. But the last number of reports that Redeemer did, I was the Ward 8 resident and councillor at the time, and I'm the one that actually brought those and worked with them on the reports coming forward. So this is not unique, and I think they do incredible work, and I fully support your suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on the report? So it's just to receive the report. Okay, seeing none, moved by Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Nan. All in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimously. And we're on, it's what, 5 o'clock, we're on to discussion items. Item 10.1 is the Hamilton Cycling Committee budget for 2021, moved by Councillor Whitehead. Would you like to move this as you sit on that committee? And seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on the committee, the cycling committee budget? I'm not seeing any. All in favor? Councillor Whitehead, in the affirmative. Thank you. That carries on to 2. is the wastewater quality management system operational plan summary report. And I'd like to call upon Carrie Vanderperk, Manager of Compliance and Regulations, to introduce the report. Carrie?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Through you to members of committee, I appreciate your time today regarding the report in front of you on the Hamilton Water's proposed wastewater quality management system operational plan summary report. As you're aware, Hamilton Water has a very mature and robust drinking water quality management system that is provincially regulated and requires all drinking water utility owners across Ontario to implement and conform to the DWQMS standard and regulatory framework that they've established. On the wastewater side, there is no plan for the province to mandate municipalities to implement a quality management system. However, given the size, age, complexity of our wastewater system in Hamilton, Hamilton Water sees many benefits of implementing a wastewater quality management system. And while it's not a regulatory requirement, it is the right thing to do, and the right time for us to do it is now. Our team has worked over the past year gathering intel from experts across the wastewater industry, as well as our own Hamilton Water subject matter experts, to design a framework that complements our existing drinking water QMS framework and enables us to hold ourselves to a similar high standard on the wastewater side. The report that you have in front of you today lays out and summarizes the operational plan for the wastewater QMS and recommends Council's endorsement in order for us to make it official and to take the next steps in the implementation process. Thank you.
Carrie. And do you have the acronym there and what it stands for?
The drinking water or the wastewater quality management standard?
Yes.
That's the acronym is the wastewater QMS.
No,
quality management system.
It was clear or something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. the policy, yes, the policy that we've actually put forward and voted on internally was CLEAN. So the acronym is CLEAN, and that is complementary to our SAFE policy for the drinking water side.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the quality management system for wastewater? I'm not seeing any from committee. Nobody's in the queue. Nope. Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations contained in the report. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Nan. And this is actually a really progressive action by the City of Hamilton to get ahead of any provincial regulations and take this on ourselves. So very supportive. All in favor? And Councillor Whitehead, I saw you give a thumbs up. There we go. Thank you. All right. We've got item 10.3, the red light camera program. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report and put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by myself. Is there any discussion on 10.3? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chairman Danko. I really want to thank Director Soldo and his team of management and supervisors with Mike Field, Rodney Aitchison, and David Ferguson. Again, I think I've shared my story a couple of times this term, especially with new members of council, but the red light camera program, Hamilton was one of the first in the GTA about 20 years ago. On my first edition, being on the police service board, recommended to the council of the day. Amalgamation had just started. We joined 5 or 6 other municipalities with 2 cameras, and it's been a tremendous success story, first and foremost from a safety standpoint. Secondly, it's only violators that have paid with their fines into the system, which has caused the reserves that we have to use for other traffic calming and safety measures in our community. And the 33 red light cameras we currently have, this report here is basically just to renew, if you will, to my knowledge, extend the contract for another 5 years, and I believe to upgrade the red light camera technology. I'm very fully supportive, and I can only hope that the next report that over time it will emulate the success of the red light camera program. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want clarification in terms of those that we have on the list as the locations that were previously approved. And I recall that I have Green Hill and 2nd Street in Stony Creek. And I think the new report suggests shortening some of the locations from a month to 2 weeks. So I can just get Edward's, can I get Edward to speak to that issue in terms of changes that have previously been approved by committee and council and the revisions that are being suggested here today?
Director Soldo.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Edward Soldo, Director of Transportation Operations Maintenance. Councillor, I believe you're referring to the AAC report. The report I believe before us is the red light camera report.
Oh, my mistake, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Oh. Okay. Any
Yeah,
further Absolutely. Any other discussion then on the red light camera program? Not seeing any, so all in favor or opposed? Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote? Got him. All right. There we go. Carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, on to item 10.4, which is the Community Safety Zones program. And I just need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor for discussion. So moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on 10.4? So Councillor Collins indicated and Councillor Whitehead. So I'll come to you first, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And same question through to Edward.
Thank you, through the chair, to the Councillor Edward Soldo, Director of Transportation Operations Maintenance. In terms of your question, Councillor, we, as part of the last time we came to Council asked us to consider sitting down with the members of committee and identifying any other locations based on their knowledge that we should assess and come back with additional locations. We were able to get a lot of additional locations reviewed, and in order to accommodate some additional locations as part of the pilot program itself, what we're doing is past a certain time frame, we're looking at, instead of having the cameras at a location for 1 month at a time, we're looking to rotate them at a 2-week time frame, which will allow us to have additional sites within the pilot program, and at the same time allows us to evaluate the operations at a number of different environments, is the best way to put it. So those locations that were identified as part of the pilot before are still part of the pilot, except that they'll be, depending on when they start, they may have a 1 month or 2-week operation. And the timeline for that transition is really related to our notification processes that we need to give a 90 days notice ahead of time before we start changing locations.
So I'm assuming then that that's the reason why January, February, March remains untouched, because it's related to the 90-day timeline. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I have Councillor Whitehead, followed by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Whitehead. You're muted, Councillor.
Sorry,
There we
Mr.
go.
Chair. I thought you had the ability to unmute on your end. Sorry. So I was quickly looking at my schedule, so I don't know, and maybe I'll give the benefit of the doubt. When was I contacted in consultations for locations for the second round? Was I, because I don't see it here, and I haven't had a chance to follow up with my staff.
Director Soldo?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Mike Field, the manager of Transportation Operations, contacted all the councillors, and I believe he's on board today as well. So as he did that notification and consultation, I'll ask him to answer your question.
Manager Field, if you're in the meeting.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Mike Field, Manager of Transportation Operations. Through the chair to Councillor Whitehead, I had set up a meeting with you, but I had trouble getting the WebEx set up, so you and I had a phone conversation, exchanged some emails with you as well.
Thank you. It was about, I thought that conversation was about a whole different topic. So you can help me understand that I didn't realize that the nature of that meeting was to look at other alternative sites. I believe that meeting was to deal with some issues I was having in regards to some of the road networks and speeding and those kinds of issues.
Through the chair to the councillor, we discussed at the time Cranbrook Drive, and then I sent a follow-up email about some other locations that you perhaps would be interested in reviewing.
Yes, because I was working on the Cranbrook originally, and I was told that Cranbrook would not fit because there's not enough volume, even though there may be acknowledgement, certainly by the residents, that it is a school zone, which meets the criteria. It's a 2-lane, which meets the criteria. In fact, how the residents communicate that is this is about not generating enough revenue. Is that correct? Is that that's their perception. So I want to know, what do I tell them when you use the fancy terms, but because there's not enough volume of traffic, but I thought this was about safety, not about revenue. So I'm having trouble reconciling that.
Yeah, the indicators, the different indicators that Edward talked about earlier, early on, a couple hours ago, kind of give us the aggregate score of a location. One of the main drivers is of volumes, but also collision, past collision histories and some other items within there. So it's got traffic volume, vehicle operating speeds, pedestrian volumes, collision history, and the presence or lack thereof of multimodal amenities. And those are guidelines that are developed for us through the province. And we use those factors to determine which locations would be most appropriate for ASC. So we put Cranbrook through that modeling, and because of those factors, it scored lower than some of the other locations that we looked at.
Okay, so that's why expectations is the other thing we have to manage, Mr. Chair, in the context of this approach. And the reason I'm asking these questions is because there's huge expectations by a lot of people on Cranbrook that it's unsafe. In fact, the speed humps aren't working. And in fact, there's been a lot of near collisions. I guess that isn't registered. But the metrics that we're putting out there isn't doing anything to relieve the speeding and pressures around a school zone. And that's what they thought this was about. So I just need a better understanding of how I explain to the community that yet again, the province has boxed us in a corner, that we can't utilize it for what we thought it was intended for, was to create safer zones in schools. So I'm looking for that explanation because I don't know how to explain that to them. They're coming back and say, this is about money. And then you have Rimo, for example, which we did a pilot. It's got, I don't know what the collision is, but there's no one lives there. There's no residents, 0 residents. And yet we put it there and we call it a community zone. So I don't know what community zones are anymore. So I need some help understanding how we define community zones. And even though you did that under the criteria and the council support, I'm not disputing any of that. But I want to review that because if you're saying Rimo, I went up there and measured it. I measured the location. I looked at how many residences were there, and I said, "This is not a community zone. What this is a moneymaker." And the papers have actually indicated that when they reviewed how many tickets were given at 10 kilometers or more over. So I don't want the perception this is about money. This is about safety. And I don't know how we round that and ensure that we stick to that core value of safety. And that Rimo piece didn't help. And I can tell you that, and not doing the Cranbrook piece doesn't help. So I'm trying to make sure that we stay in that goal, between those goalposts, on the ultimate priority being safety. So I just hope we focus on that and maybe look at altering some of our, well, I never want to see Rimo or that being a community zone again. It doesn't make sense to me. There's no one lives there. How many pedestrians are you worried about? Because there's none. So there's no sidewalk. I mean, the sidewalks are far off from the roadway. So can we tighten that up a bit? You understand my frustration?
You're just over your 5 minutes, Councillor, but we'll give staff an opportunity to respond.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think you're referring to Stone Church. And Stone Church, when we put it through the scoring, and you kind of pointed out that there's no sidewalks along that section of Stone Church, and is some past history of, I think there was a cyclist that was injured, and there's some other collision history along there with either cyclists or pedestrians. And there's a pre-existing speeding issue through there, and it has high vehicle volume, so it's kind of hitting all of those markers that are within our criteria and within the provincial guidelines that put it scoring high as highly as it does. And I would agree with you that the title community safety zone is misleading, especially the community portion of it. We are talking about automated speed enforcement here, so we do want to make sure that it's speaking to dealing with speeding issues within the city, but most definitely those criteria and those factors that the province have asked us to use and which we incorporated within that criteria are safety performance based.
So, Mr. Chair, just a clarification on that answer. There is no residents and there is no pedestrians because there's no reason for pedestrians to walk because there's no houses. There's nothing. So I'm trying to understand that the pedestrian count must be very low in that area because where they're coming from.
So one final follow-up answer to Manager Field.
So through the chair to the councillor. So you're right, there are not many pedestrians through that section, but there are pedestrians that walk through there and they do not have any facilities for them to use. They have to walk on the road. So they are, more unsafe than, say, a roadway that has sidewalks on both sides of the road. I drive that section of roadway every day to work, and there are pedestrians that walk along the side of the road. So I would say that, in the name of protecting them, it is, in a sense, a good location for ASC to deal with the speeding issue and slow people down because there are, those pedestrians right on the road without a pedestrian pathway to follow.
So,
thank you, Councillor. We can come back to you.
Yeah.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I am a strong supporter of the community safety zones and the photo radar equipment, as it's dubbed by most members of the community, officially called the automated speed enforcement equipment, the ASCs. I'm a strong supporter in 2020, as I was 20 years ago with the red light camera program. And Councillor Whitehead, I want to say sincerely, and Director Soldo knows this, Mr. Chairman, if you recall back in July quickly when we approved the photo radar equipment and program and the initial list of the 12 approved, I was as well, Councillor Whitehead, a little puzzled by the fact that Stone Church Road was the absolute #1 for the pilot. Director Soldo and I had some chit chats about it before it was installed. And I am glad that Manager Mike Field was good enough to meet with me in the late summer. We had a good WebEx meeting, and I have put forward the much higher residential community streets, the main arteries where speeding can be ridiculous along the upper gauges, the upper Ottawas, Mr. Chairman, the Mohawk Fennels, and Mountain Brow Boulevards. So I am glad now that the ASC equipment is moving and meandering its way to what would be perceived by the majority of our constituents as more community safety zones with higher volumes of residential homes fronting on those particular streets. If I could just be parochial just for a couple of minutes here, Mr. Chairman. Director Soldo, we chatted recently on Appendix A. You've got, and I'm very pleased, you've got Mountain Brow Boulevard between Broker Drive and Mohawk. You've got it down for 2 weeks in June of next year. And you've got Broker Drive between Kingsley and Brentwood down for 2 weeks in July. And I would humbly suggest that's right in front of Huntington Park Elementary School. And I was just puzzled by the fact you want to put the cameras on Broker when school's out by the end of June. You want to put them in July. I would simply ask you, Mr. Chairman, could Director Soldo and his team at least take possibly the switching of that, because they're both recommended for the next phase, could they at least take the switching of that under advisement? Through you, Mr. Chairman, please.
Director Soldo.
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. Councillor, your eagle eye review of this report is much appreciated. I would concur with you that we will switch those two locations.
Thank you very much. One last parochial one, and then I'll get to a motion later on, Mr. Chairman. Also on Appendix B, Director Soldo, Mountain Brow Boulevard, Oakcrest Drive to Margate. If you recall, Director, back in July, it was number 14 on the list. It didn't quite make your top 12 to begin with. It was number 14, and now I see it's dropped further down. The community, of course, would have had access to that public report in July, and many of my a very active East Mountain Citizens Committee that's heavily involved on issues on the East Mountain, they would know it was number 14, almost next for phase 2. Could you possibly give some rationale explanation? Was it because I happened to offer up additional locations, or is there some way somehow within Ward 6 and the recommended locations in Ward 6 that could be taken under advisement as well? Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the director.
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. As part of this review process, we did get a number of different locations across the city from the council. When we did that analysis, there was there was a number of new locations that scored higher than that location that you were referring to. So, including a couple that you yourself put forward. So, to abide by the criteria that we have put forward, we ranked them based on the evaluation. And while it may have been number 14 previously, it did fall further down. It is on our list, and should council in the future decide to go beyond the pilot phase, we would then consider that site for future implementation.
Okay, Director. And Mr. Chairman, would you allow me lastly, still so fresh and raw in my East Mountain community's mind, I would ask at the appropriate time after this report, which I'm solidly supportive of, and I hope the pilot goes beyond a year, because I believe the ASCs should be a permanent tool for additional traffic safety in our communities and our neighborhoods, especially for pedestrians and pedestrian crossings. I would just ask that in light of the tragedy last Tuesday on Upper Gage at Royal Vista, that I could move a separate motion at the appropriate time, simply asking staff to undertake a holistic review of the location where little Jude Strickland's 11-year-old life was sadly and tragically taken by a motorist that has been charged with dangerous driving causing death. I would just ask at the appropriate time I could put a separate motion through, because my Temple Mead Eleanor communities, along with this, specifically the Strickland family, are in mourning, but they're also mobilizing, and they've got their own petition going that they're working on for hopefully future support of additional traffic safety measures. But I think my motion holistically, with your help, Mr. Chairman, before today's meeting, could at least capture the essence of what maybe staff could look at down the road. Thank you for allowing me the extra time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I understand from Elsie Davenport that we could append that to this report as an amendment, or we can move it as a standalone motion. So I understand from you that you prefer to do this as a standalone. So I'll come back to you when we get to motions, and I believe we'll have to waive the rules as well. Elsie Davenport, does that work?
Through you, Mr. Chair, although my recommendation is just to add it as an amendment to the report, if it's the councillor's wish to do it as a standalone motion, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. And on the report, so I'm going to go to second time speakers, but before I do that, I just have a couple questions myself. So if I could pass the chair over to Councillor Ferguson, if you're available.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. So through you to either Director Solder or Manager Field, I think there's a little bit of confusion in the community over this being ASC being a pilot and ASC being what we're looking for the final implementation. ASC as a pilot, what is it that we're looking to evaluate at the outcome of this pilot?
Edward?
Thank you, through the chair to the councillor. As part of this pilot, our intent is to have the locations rotated throughout the city so that we can analyze and review how the equipment and the initiative works in different environments, being on local streets, some being on major arterials, some being on collector roadways, some being in school zones. Some that'll allow us to have a more comprehensive review of different types of environments and get that data back. Our key sort of indicators or metrics that we're going to be looking at is the before and after speeds. See how many what the speed adherence to the speed limit is going to be as well. And does that have an impact on the overall safety of those locations as well? So we're looking at the collisions that are occurring in those timeframes and seeing if there's any impact there. So that all that data would come back to council, and along with that analysis, technical analysis, we would also outline the cost of the program as we move forward. Currently, we have the 2 cameras. We would come back with a cost-benefit analysis to council to determine how we would proceed forward from implementing it potentially on a broader scale, but also what that means in terms of the cost implications on staffing, on the court system, how it's actually being worked. So it is going to be a more comprehensive overall review, and that data would also be shared with the province, who's looking at the program itself at the same time.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Whitehead's questions about the term the community safety zone, because I think there is some confusion in the community as well. What we mean by community safety zone and how that's been applied now, considering that this is a pilot, versus how that will be applied if we move to actual implementation once the pilot's concluded and we have evidence that it is or is not effective. So how might that consideration of what is a community safety zone change between now during the pilot and actual implementation of a full rollout?
Well, community safety zones have been around for over 20 years. Other municipalities have used them. This is the first time that we have used them in Hamilton itself. And through time, that criteria has been modified in terms of how you actually select them, has evolved over time based on a number of different considerations. So I think it's still a learning experience here in the city of Hamilton and how we look at them. When we come back to council, we can have that discussion about potentially limiting community safety zones onto only certain types of roadways as we move forward.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And just going back to this being a pilot, we are one of several municipalities that are undertaking the same pilot. So my understanding is that data from multiple municipalities is going to be aggregated together to evaluate the effectiveness of ASE. And ultimately, it's up to the province as well to decide whether they are going to continue allowing municipalities to proceed with ASE. Is that understanding correct?
Through the chair to council, that is correct. The province will also be undertaking their own evaluation, and then they will determine if this is going to proceed beyond a certain time frame.
Thank you. And just a couple follow-up questions. So I think the sheer number of tickets that have been issued already, so we saw the Rymal location, I believe it was over 5,600 tickets in the month that the 2 cameras were there. Preliminary data, I believe I saw in the information report that there was some correlation between ASE ticketing and a reduction in speed. And right now, I believe the cameras are on Glancaster Road. So do we have any information from the next month of implementation yet, or is that going to be coming forward in a future information report?
Thank you, through the chair to the councillor. The cameras have now actually been moved onto their 3rd site. I think it's Bellagio is the street. So it's within a school zone, right? It's in a school zone right now. In terms of the numbers themselves, the information report that I provided a number of weeks ago was based on a couple of weeks worth of data. We do have more recent data related to both Stonechurch and Glancaster. This data does take some time to come back to us from the Joint Processing Center. I'll just give some highlights based on Stonechurch, where we have a more complete data set. In the month of September, there was about 300,000 cars that went by that location. And of all the cars that went by that location, 1/3 of the cars were speeding above the posted speed limit. So that is quite significant. But in terms of the number of violations that were actually registered at that location based on the operating parameters that the city has, there was about 16,000 incidents that were captured. And once those incidents were reviewed by the Joint Processing Center in Toronto, about 12,500 tickets were issued. So that equates to about 4% violation rate of all the cars that went by that location. We'll be doing that sort of analysis on all locations as we go along. But we do know that looking at the data for Stonechurch, that it was able to have an impact there. We saw a positive impact of about a -5 kilometers an hour, 85th percentile speed drop. So the cameras being at those locations, they are producing a positive safety impact.
Thank you. And my last question through you, Councillor Ferguson. So we've seen 300,000 vehicles, 1/3 speeding just on a daily basis. So obviously in the city we have a severe problem with speeding in general. 16,000 incidents, 12,500 tickets with a 4% violation rate. I think to many residents that those statistics would be rather surprising. And the biggest criticism that I've heard from residents is that we're doing this to make money, that it's a cash grab. So I understand that we don't know the answer to that question now, but if I recall back to when we approved ASE, we were not expecting to make any money off of this. We were expecting this to, in fact, cost the city money in order to implement. So do we have any indication right now, or maybe I could just ask straight up, is this a revenue generation or is this public safety?
Thank you, through the chair, to the councillor. This is definitely a public safety initiative. This will not most likely be revenue positive. It is costing us more to implement this program than the fines that we're receiving.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had. I'll take the chair back.
Okay, the chair's yours,
and then,
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And we have two more first-time speakers, and then I'll go to second-time speakers. So Councillor Councillor Pearson, followed by Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate allowing me to follow you because yours was a perfect segue for my question to Edward. Edward, what's the cost of these units? Number one, that's my first question, the units that are being placed throughout the city.
Thank you, through the chair, to the councillor. The entire program itself is costing us about $700,000.
Okay, but that's for the equipment and the placement and all the good things that have to be done to make it work, correct?
Yes, I believe a breakdown was provided. I don't have that information directly in front of me, councillor. As part of our first report when we came to council in February this year, there was an itemized list of how much each item costs.
Okay, so I'll pull that back up because I just wanted to get an idea. Whoops, sorry. Just get an idea of, the cost, because that's one of the things that we look at, and you're right. These do cost, and especially to place the locations, to do all the locates and everything else, the posts, whatever has to be implemented, it does cost. And I hear Councillor Danko and the concerns it's raised. I mean, I get emails constantly, we're just doing money grabs. No, we're just trying to slow people down. I'm frustrated to no end, and I know staff are, that we continue to put up, to do the, slow down signs. I'm not a proponent or supporter of speed bumps, but to put in speed bumps and to do this, it all costs. And I don't know when the days, the light's going to go off and in residents to realize just slowing down could save our taxpayers a lot of money. So that was the question I wanted to ask. I'll pull up that report, Edward, and I thank you today for this, and I am supportive of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farr.
Yeah, just we funding any overages from the red light camera reserve, Mr. Chair? I forget where I saw that. I could be mixed up on another report. So how are we paying for what Ed you just said is a non-cost neutral function?
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. The entire program is being funded through the red light camera reserve. So if there's any overages or cost above what we're getting through fines, it is coming out of the reserve.
And Mr. Chair, you would know as chair, that's at a healthy 5 million. I checked today. I always say and growing, but we're pretty good at tackling important complete street infrastructure expenses and other applicable to that reserve projects across the city. Speed humps, as referenced by Councillor Pearson, is one, in addition to other streams. Anyway, through you to Mike Field, recent Safe Street enhancements, yet they're still in play, and it's been alluded to actually with our last speaker as well. And nothing's more frustrating to me to know we still need programs or potential programs anyway. And I've discussed this with you, Mike. Hunter Street is now on our list. It's labeled, I think, Appendix B between James and Wellington. So it's the second 2 weeks of April for the ASE. The very recent work, though, we did on Hunter Street from Wellington to Spring should slow down cars. It's now just one lane in an area traditionally known to be really a takeoff point, a launch pad once you take that right off Wellington onto Hunter. So you still feel through you, Chair, that it's applicable to have the ASE, but we could probably move the camera closer to James, somewhere between Walnut and James?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's right. We still have that location on there, and you bring up the recent changes we made to Hunter with the bike lanes, which is great. When it comes to the actual selection of the location of where the camera sits, we'll do an evaluation and we'll figure out where is the best spot for that camera to sit, taking into consideration the configuration of the roadway and the use of the roadway. So that's what we're doing with all of the locations when it comes to identifying the exact location of where these two cameras are installed, essentially.
Through you, Chair, being parochial still, just through our recent conversation a few days ago, Mike, and I've appreciated you going out of your way to engage with all of us on this. I mentioned that, you know, if we focus closer to James or between Walnut and James, it's still a speeding issue, still a launch pad. But I've had some sober second thought on where that diagram is between Wellington and James since we last talked. I hope we will still do the signage at Wellington, because I don't want to see, unfortunately, what I've been seeing, at least hearing from residents, I haven't personally seen it actually, but a Queen Street situation where we've pumped in some millions over many, many years of public engagement and council motions. And I'm still getting calls from residents. They're frustrated on Queen Street that we have speeding going on, and we've had historic issues with speeding when it was one way. Now it's two way, but it's clear some drivers are ignoring the 40K signs, the bump outs, the red crossings, or ped crossings, the sticks, the signs, the whole gamut that we've invested on Queen Street. And residents are actually still calling about speeding on Queen Street. So I'm hoping that's not the case in Hunter. That really is squeezed now. That should be slow, but a signage at that location would be important. And just on that, how do we factor in those recently transformed streets that were historically speeding streets, or fast streets or unsafe pedestrian streets, now gone through the complete infrastructure change with complete streets transformation? Do they still play a role in future assessment, especially if we go beyond this pilot? Through you to Ed for that one, and that'll be my last question. Thank you. I know I'm over time, sir.
Director Soldo?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. The number of streets have undergone some significant changes in the last year or two. So when we're undertaking those evaluations and running the locations through the various criteria, we'll have to keep that in mind that volumes have changed, potentially speed rates have changed, as well as the environment. Some of those locations now may actually have new sidewalks, and the collision rates have changed. So you have to be careful about streets that have been recently changed, because that environment that you're assessing is different.
Okay, so up for grabs. It's still possible that a Queen Street, where all of this investment was made to mitigate all those issues, yet still see some residents. I think people are even more focused on speeding now because we put all those issues, those implementations in, and yet it still seems to be a problem for some. I'm usually doing 40. That means everyone behind me is doing 40, so I don't see it as much, but the people that live there are calling. So it's good to know that it would still be on the radar and that we continue to engage on this down the road. I'm supportive of what's here, and I hope we go beyond a pilot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And second time speakers, Councillor Whitehead. You're going to have to unmute yourself, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope I get the same latitude that Councillor Lloyd provided. And not because you're doing your job, I appreciate that. But my point is this is a significant foundation laying out for future policy. And I guess here's my concerns. I'm going to lay them out. I believe in this program, and I believe it could be used in a proper way for safety, but I don't think we've been off to a good start, especially with the newspaper article talking about how many tickets were issued. And it was issued what was called a community zone. So I was just lay it out, then I'm looking for a response, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to confirm for the second round, third round, no locations in Ward 14 meet the criteria. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, based on what was submitted and what was reviewed, I don't believe it's changed since the first round.
Thank you. So I want to make it clear to my colleagues that there's 34,000 people with more high schools than anyone else. We don't have any intersections that meet the criteria. And the one that I was really strong about, and that's what I thought Mr. Field called me. I didn't realize he was calling me to solicit places. I thought he was calling me about my request on Cranbrook, and he was explaining, and he did such a great job explaining why it wouldn't work there because of the policy. So I want to thank Mr. Field for that. But then I've always thought that this process was about streets like Cranbrook where legitimate concerns are raised. We've measured the traffic speeds there. We know they're speeding, and we have a school there, and it's a cut-through area off of Garrow, and yet a prime area in my ward doesn't meet the criteria. Now, we're told that the province dictates that. If that's the case, then I understand. If we have some flexibility in that, then that's another conversation. So I need clarity on that. And then my last, this is with a big piece, you can't set something up and call it a community zone when it's zone commercial. You can't set up a community zone when there's no residents within 2 kilometers of that location. You can't set up a commercial zone when it's a transition period from the Lincoln Alexander Expressway onto Stone Church up into a commercial area where you have a 60-kilometer sign, and within less than 40 meters, because I measured it, is a 50-kilometer sign. So there's a transition period, and you can't expect the community to know that you're putting photo radar in a location when you put community zone when there's no houses around. And so when you talk about the statistics, let's understand, I want this done right. That wasn't done right at all. There's no residences. There's no, there was no notice that there's a speed camera there. And we offer that courtesy when we even put a new stop sign in, or when we put a new light in at an intersection. But here, we didn't announce that there was any cameras because we assume that the general public knows when we label a community zone that there's going to be photo radar there. So I think we could have did a better job with this, and I hope that we can make those corrections forward. So when we're going to put a community zone, that means photo radar. And if we do that, then people understand, especially if it's new. I mean, I can see that sign going away, but we should provide that transitional piece. And when you don't issue 3,000 tickets or whatever the numbers were, when you have a transition of 40 kilometers between a 60 and a 50 sign, like here's the 60, here's the 50, bang, they're getting, and the average one on that one was 10 kilometers over. So when you look at how it was presented to the community, it didn't come across very well. And I just only ask that we do better. Stolen Church, in my humble opinion, that section between when you come off the Lincoln Alexander up through the bowling alley and Carmen's. I mean, I'm still shaking my head how that was selected. And there is a sidewalk, by the way, on the right-hand side. And I'm being told by many people that go to work there that there's not any pedestrian, virtually zero pedestrians, and the counts would be very low in the context of utilizing that particular sidewalk. So help me, you don't have to understand, you can explain off record, but I want the public to know that all those questions you asked me about that particular location, I just asked. Thank you.
So I heard a question about there not being residences, and I think that was already asked and answered. And then there's a question about signage and advance notice. So Director Soldo, could you maybe address that?
Yes, thank you to the chair, to the councillor. Councillor, there actually is signage in the location. There's a community safety zone sign, and then there's a very specific sign that says municipal ASC camera in effect. So that signage was up there to notify drivers that the ASE program is in effect at that location. That is a requirement underneath the regulations, and the staff has been putting that sign up at every location when it's in operation, as well as signage telling people that it's going to be coming into operation. So that I just wanted to clarify that point about signage.
So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that comment because when I was there, in fairness to the traffic, that sign wasn't there, but either was a camera. So I think that was the transition when you took it out. You took the signs down. So that could be, well, in fact, it was probably the case that you did have it right. So I want to make sure that's on record. But the piece where the transition between the 60 to 50, what is the standard? Because I measured that, and I'm trying to think what if you wanted to get people for speeding, that's where you set the camera right at that transition point. And can I get some clarification? Is there standards in those transition points from 60 to 50? Is there a distance that because most places have going to be 50, 40 kilometers, or doesn't tell you the distance, but coming up 50 kilometers an hour, it's going to drop to 50. It gives you a warning in many places. I didn't see any of that. So help me understand transitional, because those two signs, 60 and 50, were so close together, relatively speaking, it sets people up. And I think that was one of the things I was concerned about.
Director Soldo?
The signage on the streets are placed as according to OTM guidelines, and so that is appropriate. Once you've passed that sign that says it's a posted speed of 50, that is the legal posted speed at that location. And that is anything above that is speeding.
Thank you for the clarification. So, Mr. Chair, the signage was 40 meters apart. It was a transition area. And when you talk about average 10 kilometers, which, as you can appreciate, most people think 10 kilometers is okay. And you're doing this in a transitional, in an area where there's no residents, it was pretty confusing for many of the public. And I hope we never see this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No further speakers on this item, and heard from Councillor Jackson. He will be having a motion come forward after this. So did I already get a mover and a seconder to approve it was, just remind me, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. So all in favor of approving the recommendations in the report, moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Councillors Whitehead, Pearson, and Ferguson, are you able to vote? Thank you. That carries unanimously. On to 10.5 is the Hamilton General Hospital Safety Zone, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Farr. To get this on the floor, is there any discussion on 10.5? Councillor Nan, do you want to kick this off?
Thank you. That was really good charades and just shadow puppets going on in the background here to try and get your attention to both move and second with Councillor Farr and also to speak. So thanks for that. Happy to move. Thank you also to Councillor Farr for allocating some resources as well to put in place what's needed to establish a community safety zone around the Hamilton General. Can't stress enough how much I appreciate the report, and community have been eager to see action on this. It does itemize that majority of the infrastructure pieces here will be implemented. I believe some of them have already been implemented in 2020, but that we'll see a completion by 2021. So I just did want to get a quick sense from through you to staff in terms of the works that are outlined. I believe the report referenced that the items would be completed in 2020, but it's my understanding that we're moving some of the works into 2021. So if staff could please clarify it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Who's able to speak to this?
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. I'm going to actually ask Manager Field to speak to this item.
Thank you.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor, Mike Field, Manager of Transportation Operations. You're right. The report talks about doing some work within 2020 as well as in 2021. One of the things that was completed this year was the installation of a new IPS at Victoria Avenue North and Copeland Avenue. And then there's some other items on there about establishing an alleyway bike path and then building out some traffic calming measures by means of installing pedestrian countdown timers and some bump outs. Those are the items that we would look to implement in 2021. The other piece that is kind of on the fringe of 2020 versus 2021 is the implementation of community safety zones or the designation of community safety zones on the perimeter of the general hospital.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mike, then just to clarify the designation versus the signage going up. So you're saying that's the part that's going to bridge over between 2020 to 2021?
Just looking at the timelines now, sorry, through the chair to the council, looking at the timelines, it's probably more likely that we would implement or designate and sign those roadways as community safety zones in very early 2021 and schedule that work to be completed at that point. I think we've ran out of time in 2020,
Fair
unfortunately.
enough. Yes. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Farr?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Mike. Page 5 of 6. Install a curb bump out on the southeast corner of Barton Street East and Wellington Street North. We just installed a curb bump out on the southwest corner. So that's not a typo. We're going to have 2 bump outs, therefore 2 lanes. A good pinch there at Barton and Wellington as it reflects Wellington Street.
Through the chair to the councillor, we're going to look at the position of those bump outs and the design of those bump outs with all things considered, including what I actually discussed internally earlier today about the operation of HSR. And then the point of the entire kind of plan here is to make maybe the general hospital area look a little bit different and enhance the safe operation for pedestrians. And one of those things is adding bump outs to shorten crossing distances of roadways. So we're going to look at what the construction and what those bump outs will actually look like and how they'll operate after this report gets approved and we move it into detailed design.
Okay, we have one already operating and that's good, and I'm fine with the other. I'm just wondering, and I'm just going to wonder, I'm not even going to ask Mike. Certainly, we're talking about a Victoria Street 2-way conversion just beyond the hospital all the way down to Burlington Street, imminent, or if not already put in place. I'm sorry if I haven't been down that way in a while. And whenever we talked about Victoria 2-way, the sister street is always the sister street is Wellington. So it's something I'll mull over in our many conversations with Mr. Field, who's been doing a great job this last year for sure, since taking carriage of this position. Mike, last question, page 6 of 7. Transportation operations and maintenance will examine if similar enhancements would be suitable to be applied at other hospitals in the city. So we are going to examine whether we should look at it, or we are going to look at all the other hospitals.
Through the chair to the councillor, sorry, we are looking at it internally, and we are going to leverage, what we're going to gain as far as the differences that are made around General Hospital to help guide decisions around the other hospitals in the city afterwards.
Okay, great. I'm not. I hate being parochial, and I hardly am, but like the General St. Joe's for future conversation or future contemplation, Mike, is centrally located, sort of high urban area hospital, and there's no shortage of, I'm sure, just taking a drive right around the perimeter, you yourself and your expertise and our staff in transportation operations and maintenance and their expertise can spot things that we could always improve upon, although improvements have been made and more are coming, extensions of the bike lanes and those sorts of things. So future conversation, but certainly St. Joe's needs to be on the radar. I think we can all agree with that. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad I'm part of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? I'm not seeing any. So moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
Yeah, I was just on the phone. Figure right out. Which one are we voting on? Sorry.
10-5.
Okay.
Hamilton.
I just
General
got some
Hospital,
news on my
Stevens.
grandson, so I was on the phone. Okay. Okay, it's in.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. So we have two motions, two notices of motions, and 3 in-camera items still left on the agenda. I'd suggest a quick break till 6 o'clock if committee wants to do that. Otherwise, we can power through. I'm seeing some. Let's go. Let's just keep going. Yep. Okay. We'll do that. Councillor Whitehead? You're still muted, Councillor.
I notice we accommodate our councillors when they have special issues, and I'm asking if we could take the 20 minutes. I understand it's a long day, but I have to go take and do something, and I have to do it. I have no choice. So,
Yep.
This is a long day, and even on employment standards is a long day. So, can we actually respect that maybe others have issues, and instead of doing a unilateral decision, we don't
That's
break?
fine. If we need a break, we can take a break. I'm hearing from a member of committee that that's desired, so we'll do that. It does go to a vote, so I need a mover and a seconder to recess. So moved by Councillor Whitehead. I'll second that myself, and then vote by show of hands. So all those in favor of going to break, and all those in favor of continuing on, or opposed to a break. So that passes. So we'll take a recess till 6 o'clock.
Chairman Danko, are you going to cut a hole around your mouth?
I think I could fit about a half dozen in here. It's kind of like a horse. Just, okay, we're live. That's awesome. Okay, welcome back to Public Works Committee. So just a quick note, at the beginning of the meeting, Councillor Marula sent regrets. He's not joining us at all tonight. Councillor Pauls is left at some point of the meeting. She didn't indicate that she was leaving or when she would be back, if she would be back, so we're not expecting her to return. I see Councillor Nan has childcare commitments at 6:15, and Councillor Pearson has a commitment at 6:30. So that leaves us with 7. So we're at minimum quorum for the rest of the meeting past 6:15 or 6:30. So just to let everybody know, we do have a couple fairly large and time-sensitive issues in camera items. So hopefully we can get through everything. But anyway, let's continue on. So we left off on section 11, which is motions, and we have item 11.1, park improvements. Councillor Nan, please introduce your motion.
Thank you. Through the chair, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Park improvements for Ward 3. And the motion is before my colleagues, but for the record, whereas parks in Ward 3 benefit the residents' health and well-being by providing community space and recreational amenities, which is especially important during COVID-19. And whereas Dofasco Park, Hayward Park, Lucy Day Park, Keith Park, Lifesaver Park, and Pinky Lewis Parkette have all been identified for key capital park amenity improvements. Therefore, be it resolved that the following projects be approved and the capital works be funded from the Ward 3 Capital Infrastructure Reserve, account number 108053. One, that Dofasco Park, located at 274B Beach Road, Hamilton, be improved with a play structure at a replacement cost of $25,000 and the installation of a new drinking water fountain at the cost of $45,000 with a $2,500 in annual operating cost to be added to the 2021 base budget. 2, that the Hayward Park, located at 13 Dalkeith Avenue, Hamilton, be improved with a play structure at a replacement cost of $35,000, a drinking water fountain replacement at a cost of $15,000, and asphalt pathway replacement at a cost of $15,000. 3, that 3 new floral planters be installed at Hayward Park, located at 13 Dalkeith Avenue, Hamilton, and that a portion of the grassed area be converted to a pollinator garden at a combined cost of $3,030, with a $2,400 in annual operating cost added to the 2021 base budget. 4, that the Lucy Day Park, located at 33 Clinton Street, Hamilton, be improved with a new security fencing along the rear portion of the park at a cost of $40,000, and that decorative fencing be added to the front portion of the park at a cost of $20,000. And 5, that the Keith Park, located at 90 Burton Street, Hamilton, be improved with a play structure at a replacement cost of $50,000 and an installation of a new drinking water fountain at the cost of $45,000, with a $2,500 in annual operating cost to be added to the 2021 base budget. And that 6, the 8 new floral planters be installed at Pinky Lewis Parkette, located at 169 Sanford Avenue, North Hamilton, and that a portion of the grassed area be converted into a pollinator garden at a combined cost of $5,700 with a $3,900 in annually operating costs. And a 0.16 FTE added to the 2021 base budget. And 7, the Lifesavers Park, located at 100 Cumberland Avenue, Hamilton, be improved with pedestrian lighting at a cost of $35,000 with $500 in annual operating costs to be added to the 2021 base budget. And B, that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that are satisfactory with the city solicitor. And if I could just quickly, over the past 2 years, my staff and I have been auditing the Ward 3 parks by bike and by walking through the parks and experiencing the park firsthand, particularly those that are north of King Street, to identify with park staff where investments are necessary in order to address end-of-life structures and other parks amenities that were in need of improvement. replacing these aging infrastructures and updating these amenities in other parks will support not only outdoor play, but continue to foster the curiosity and imagination of future generations here in Ward 3, as well as address safety concerns as it relates to fencing and lighting deficiencies in some of our Ward 3 parks. I'm proud to move this motion, and with many thanks to my seconder, Councillor Van Der Beek.
Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion on the motion before you? Nobody's in the list and not seeing anybody waving, so all in favor, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Van Der Beek. Councillor Whitehead, are you able to vote? Thumbs up, thank you. And that carries unanimously, thank you. And at this point, before we go to notices of motion, I will go to Councillor Jackson to waive the rules and put your motion on the floor. Councillor Jackson?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand my notice of motion falls under item 12.3 according to LC Davenport. So I appreciate you allowing me to do it now. So I would waive the rules on my item regarding Vision Zero for Upper Gage Avenue, seconded by Ward 2 Councillor Jason Farr.
So on waiving the rules, all in favor? And LC Davenport, I'm sorry for the order. She says, have another Timbit. That carries unanimously, Councillor.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. And I did forward about 6-7 hours ago this motion, and I want to thank Director Edward Soldo for helping me with the language of this, and LC Davenport always for her assistance and procedural advice. And this is in the memory of little Jude Strickland and the communities of Templemead and Eleanor. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 2 Councillor Jason Farr, that transportation operations and maintenance staff undertake a roadway safety audit based on Vision Zero principles of Upper Gage Avenue between Stone Church Road East and Rymel Road East to assess potential safety enhancements such as a reduced speed limit, a school zone flashing lights, physical changes to the lane configurations, and the feasibility as a future location for a photo radar camera, ASC enforcement equipment, or red light camera as well. And Mr. Chairman, I see this as a companion to item 10.4 that we approved unanimously about community safety zones moving forward. I'm meeting actually tomorrow morning at 9:30 with some of the leadership in the Templemead School and Templemead Eleanor communities. My office has printed off several hundred single-page petition forms to assist them. And hopefully with your support here today of this motion, I know this will give them further hope that little Jude Strickland's life as tragic as it has been, will not be lost in vain moving forward. And down the road, I'm also working with the family and the community and the Templemead School community for an appropriate memorial with the family's permission at the appropriate time. So, Mr. Chairman and LC Davenport, thank you for allowing me to raise this particular motion in a prominent manner for members of Templemead and Eleanor communities that are listening in. I know otherwise it should have been procedurally as an amendment, but I see it as prominent given the sadness and tragedy of last week's accident and as a companion to what we approved earlier. Seconded by Councillor Farr. Thanks so much, Chairman Danko.
Thank you, Councillor. And I know that that tragedy has weighed very heavily on all of us since it happened. And I know, just speaking for myself, Jude is about the same age as my son, and I can't get it out of my head every single day. It's truly tragic for his family and for the entire community.
Thank you.
Speakers on this motion, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I solely feel a lot of compassion for the family and all those impacted, and certainly Councillor Jackson is providing a prudent motion here today. And the outage, as you know, we made some requests. I believe Randers made some requests. I myself have made a request. I'm going to get into that issue at the end of the meeting. I'm going to have some very tough questions to ask in regards to where that is at, because this is important in the context of following through with the leadership by the councillors in respect to doing these audits, that they need to be done in a timely fashion. So I want to raise that. I'm going to take that off ground, but I think I've just fired the shot across the bow. Now, when councillors provide direction, you follow the direction. When council...
Councillor, you're out of order. Can you speak to the motion?
I am. So what this...
No, you're not. Do we really need to get into this on this motion?
Mr. Chair, hang on. This motion is asking staff to look at doing an audit. I've asked for an audit. So this is directly to this motion. And I'm saying that when we make these requests, it should be done in a timely fashion. That's all I'm asking, because my residents are still waiting. And there's a death here. So if you're saying I'm not speaking to a motion where somebody dies and councilors are asking for an audit,
you're accusing staff of not doing their jobs. Councillor, do we really need to do this on this motion? Come on.
I'm asking for a time factor in regards to the audit so that we can communicate to our communities those timelines that we can expect for these audits to be completed. Because right now, it is frustrating when you ask them for months ago and you're still waiting for it. It's frustrating, Mr. Chair. My community is frustrated. And I think Councillor Jackson is owed every consideration to ensure that his request is done in a timely fashion. That's the point I'm making. Thank you.
All in favor? Thank you. On to, could I ask somebody to take over for chair for a moment?
I'll just get right into my notice of motion. I'm going to read it in its entirety and give you some time, Mr. Chair, if that's fine. The notice of motion moved by myself, and if I can waive the rules, to be moved and seconded by Councillor Jackson, is respecting Eastwood Park improvements at 111 Barton Street East. Whereas the notice of motion reads, the play structure and rubber safety surfacing located in Eastwood Park at 111 Burlington Street East in Hamilton has reached end of life, and whereas this community amenity is a valuable recreation opportunity for kids, youth, and families within the North End neighborhoods, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, be it resolved, and this notice of motion reads, A, that the removal of the existing play structure, rubber safety surfacing, and the design and installation of a new play structure and rubber safety surfacing at 111 Barton Street East, Eastwood Park, Hamilton, at an approximate cost of $70,000, be funded from the Ward 2 Capital Infrastructure Reserve number there, be approved, and B, that the GM of Public Works or their delegate be authorized and directed to approve and execute any and all required agreements and ancillary documents in a form satisfactory to the solicitor. I move to waive the rules, seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thank you, and I'll take the chair. Councillor Ferguson is not here. So it's Arlene Vanderbeek. So on the motion to waive the rules, I'm sorry, Councillor Farr, it was, and Councillor Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. And have anything to say? No. Okay. Can we please have a, I'm assuming that it's a, yes, here it is. Electronic vote is what I was trying to get out of my mouth. And Madam Clerk, if you could just let us know.
Yes,
If
through
that
you, Madam
passes.
Chair. This is Alicia from Clerks, just letting you know that that did carry unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor. Your motion.
And I've read it. It's self-explanatory. I want to thank the residents in and around the park and in the greater North End. We've had a few conversations about public space and recent motion on parks today. I've obviously been working hard and over a decade have been supported in all sorts of park redevelopments, let alone play structures throughout the ward. And Eastwood is getting a deserving focus as multi-million-dollar redevelopment is happening
Yeah,
now at
Far and Jackson
Central.
again. I just took the same.
Yes, I mentioned it earlier. Sorry, that's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson now that it's a motion. And it starts with this, which is in part actually combined with a public budget from a few years ago that we approved in 2018. So looking forward to it. The reason for my haste, thanks to Kara and Andrea McDonald, who helped put this motion together. We really don't meet for a while, and they feel this gives them all sorts of time and opportunity to get a good tender out at a pace that meets their very busy schedules and gets us on board for a spring or early summer changeover and rejuvenation as it relates to the play structure and those items before us. So thank you, and thank you to Councillor Jackson for the support on this.
Thank you. And I haven't seen any raised hands, and I don't see anything in the list for speakers, so we'll go to an electronic vote.
Through you, Madam Chair. This is Alicia from Clerks, just letting you know that that vote did carry unanimously.
And so item 12.2, construction of a cul-de-sac on Anchor Road, Ward 6. Councillor Jackson, is this your?
Yes, Acting Chair Vanderbeek, I wish to leave this as a notice. It will give me opportunity, probably into our January Public Works meeting. Gives me a few weeks to apprise and inform my colleagues some of the historical context of why I've put it forward. Do you need for me to read it for the record, or it's there as you've stated with the title?
Yes, no, sir, I don't think you need to read it for the record. It'll be read at the time that it comes back as a motion, so thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chair.
Okay, and so the next item on the agenda is general information and other business. Item 13.1 is a list of amendments to the outstanding business list. 13.1A. I'm just looking at, I have to look at it on the screen, so do any of these, is there anyone who needs to address any of these individually? So could I have a mover and a seconder to look after 13.1? So moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Nan. And I don't see anyone asking to speak, so if it's on the screen.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could just ask for Councillor Whitehead's vote, please. And through you, Madam Chair, this is Alicia from Clerks, just confirming that that was carried unanimously.
Thank you, Alicia. So now we have private and confidential, and I'm sorry, but I don't have the wording, and Councillor Danko is back, and so I will pass the chair back to Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko, we're just moving into private and confidential, so I'll let you look after that. We're not hearing you if you're speaking.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor.
Chairman Danko, I just want to thank you for your support of my motion on upper gauge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, on item 14, private and confidential, we haven't gone through this yet, right? Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder to move into closed session respecting items 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3. pursuant to section 8.1, subsections E, F, G, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18-270 as amended, and section 239, 2 subsections E, F, G, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a matter in respect of which council or a committee may hold a closed meeting under an act other than the Municipal Act 2001, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried out on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. We will require an electronic vote. Please indicate your vote now. So, sorry, moved by, who wants to move this? Councillor Pearson, seconded by myself. All in favor? Councillor Whitehead? Thank you. Wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public an immediate time to return. Before we move into closed session, I'd like to ask all members of the public or staff that are not directly related to items 14.1 through 14.3 to please exit the WebEx meeting now. Thank you. And just for all committee members to move into the closed session of e-scribe.